All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission. And I think we have a couple of executive sessions, so I'll go ahead and get us started off with the first one.
Move to approve a motion to recess an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:30 after the executive session is concluded.
Second?
Second.
All right. Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. 3 in affirmative, 2 absent. All right, we've returned from the first executive session and have nothing to report. We'll move us on to the second one and entertain a motion.
Move to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 7543-19B1. Justification for the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 6 o'clock after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 3 affirmative, 2 absent. Hello, everybody, and welcome again to the Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And on executive item number 2, we have nothing to report. So I'll go ahead and get us, I'll have Sherry go ahead and give us the rundown.
Good evening, everyone. Please silence your cell phones to minimize distractions during the meeting. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera to provide your comments. Please state your name and zip code before speaking. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The primary format for accessing or participating in this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access to view or participate in the meeting cannot be guaranteed. The chat function will not be monitored. If you have any trouble, the meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, I'll go ahead and get us back going with item B, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda.
Can't hear out there.
Oh, they can't hear?
We can't hear out there.
Okay.
Say something, see what's up.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. All right.
Easily solved.
Okay, item B, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 That's, looks like 4 approved, 1 absent. Didn't hear Vice Mayor Dever on there. Okay, item C, recognition, proclamation, and presentation. Proclaim November 15th, 2024 as America Recycles Day. And, all right. Wow, looks like we got a star appearance here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. This is Baby Luna, and I'm Kathy Richardson, the city's Sustainability Director. I'm also the champion of the environmental sustainability commitment with our strategic plan. Thank you for tonight's proclamation to celebrate America Recycles Day. On November 15th, millions of Americans come together for America Recycles Day, a day all about spreading the word on how recycling helps us reduce waste, save energy, and conserve precious resources. Whether at home, school, or work, we can all pitch in to recycle more and waste less. And just a reminder that America Recycles Day isn't just a one-day thing. It's a chance for us to look at our recycling habits and then make some awesome changes that, last. This year, the City of Lawrence is celebrating America Recycles Day, and we're also thrilled to be celebrating the 10th anniversary of our citywide residential curbside recycling program. Back on October 2014, the Solid Waste Division recycling trucks rolled out for the first time to collect single-stream recycling from the new blue carts that were lining the streets. Some families were outside watching the truck tipped their recycling carts for the first time, and others waved through their windows, making our collection crews smile. Fast forward to October 2024, the City of Lawrence has collected over 55,000 tons of single-stream recycling material. That was dropped off at the Ham Material Recovery Facility to be sorted and separated out by commodity and then prepared to be transported for recycle. During that same 10-year period, I did want to mention that we have collected 145,000 tons of yard waste and composted it at our city compost facility, as well as 19,000 tons of source-separated recycling. That is those drop-off bins for cardboard, mixed paper, and glass that is out there during that same 10-year period. It is the residents of Lawrence who have made the city's curbside recycling program such a huge success. Lawrencians are active recyclers, and they are careful to only place acceptable items in the blue recycling cart. To celebrate America Recycles Day and our 10th anniversary of our curbside recycling program, we do invite you and the community to join us on Saturday, November the 16th at the Lawrence Public Library. This is a family-friendly event. Outside of the library, we will have one of our automated side load recycling trucks doing some live demos. And then inside of the library, we're going to have some fun recycling games for the kiddos. And we are going to have some educational booths from the City of Lawrence, MSO Environment, Prairie Park Nature Center, Douglas County Sustainability, and Ham Waste Services will be there as well. And it is events like this that move the needle on our strategic plan, KPI UI 13, which is the number of events and programs that celebrate and enhance area environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Whereas the United States total generation of municipal solid waste, MSW, is approximately 300 million tons annually, or 5 pounds per person per day, and whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes the importance of recycling to conserve natural resources, save energy, cut climate-changing carbon emissions, promote environmental stewardship, and improve the quality of life for Lawrence residents, and whereas by participating in America Recycles Day on November 15th, Lawrence businesses, nonprofit organizations, schools, and residents can help raise awareness about the need to continue to reduce waste through sustainable materials management by reusing, recycling, composting, and buying recycled content products. And whereas the Lawrence Strategic Plan highlights environmental sustainability as a core commitment, meaning that we consider the environmental consequences of every decision, big and small, knowing that their actions have impacts beyond our boundaries, we protect and restore our ecosystem to make it healthier and more balanced for future generations. And this commitment, along with the 5 commitments of the Strategic Plan, guide all budget and policy decisions. And whereas, to build up on our progress, the Lawrence community is encouraged to contribute by recycling right, not only on America Recycles Day, but all year around. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim November 15, 2024 as America Recycles Day and urge residents, businesses, and institutions to celebrate America Recycles Day through one's own actions and support the city's ongoing sustainability initiatives. All right. Thank you, and thank you both, and maybe next time Luna will be able to grab that mic. So. All right. All right. Item D, the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. All right.
Can't hear a thing.
We can't hear.
Okay.
Bring that closer.
Or I'll try to speak a little louder and a little closer. Would any of the commission like to remove any items on the consent agenda?
No.
Okay, not seeing any, and not hearing any from Commissioner Sellers or Vice Mayor Dever. All right, and then we have a quasi-judicial items. Would any of the public like to remove anything on the quasi-judicial items here in the public? I'm not seeing any. Sherry, any on Zoom that would like to remove the quasi-judicial?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I will bring it back and entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a first and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And I don't believe we have Vice Mayor Dever with us, so,
Is he?
He's not on yet. We're working.
okay. That's 4 approved. Oh, he raised his hand. Apparently he can't, his audio's not
There it is.
working. All right, 5 approved, passes 5-0 in the affirmative. Okay. I'll go ahead and give anyone that was here for the consent agenda items the opportunity to go ahead and leave at this time if they need to before we get into the regular agenda items. Because
James.
okay, looks like we have some folks coming in.
Sherry, you moving?
Okay.
Got it.
All right, I'll go ahead and get us started. Agenda item 1, consider conducting a public hearing for the vacation of certain access easements located within Lot 1, Zarco Plaza Number 2 subdivision, submitted by Zarco USA Incorporated. Consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 10085 to vacate access easements as described. All right.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Chris Rice. I'm a project engineer with the City of Lawrence's Municipal Services and Operations Department, and I'll be facilitating the first of 2 utility and easement vacation items that we have this evening. Kurt, if you could help me to share the screen. Oh, maybe I can figure it out. Okay. I'm hoping I got it. Thank you. So the first item this evening is related to an access easement vacation for 1548 East 23rd Street. That's Lot 1 of Zarco Plaza Number 2 subdivision. So in this case, the applicant is seeking to vacate an access easement that was dedicated as part of a replatting action in 1999. So at that time, 23rd Street was a state highway. It was a goal of KDOT to expand frontage roads along the highway. That was where this access easement was born from. But with the turn back of 23rd Street and the recent work there, the city no longer sees a need for this access easement. And the applicant has sought to vacate a portion shown in dark red here, ultimately for the purposes of installing some parking within this area. So as part of the city staff's review of this vacation request, we did send out notices to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property, and there were no objections received with this vacation request. And given this, staff recommends approving this ordinance of vacation. The mechanism for doing that is twofold, or it's 2 steps. The first is to conduct a public hearing for the vacation, so opening and closing that hearing, and then voting on the related ordinance 10085. And for any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Not seeing or hearing any. Okay. Given the case, I will open the public hearing and open public comment on this item. Hi. And this is regarding the easement.
Just real quick, can you stop sharing? just so I can see folks.
I'm Tiffany Asher here with Paul Werner Architects, representing the property owner who is also here. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward, and I hate public speaking, so I will save some time, and if you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
All right. All right. Not seeing anyone else stepping up for this. Sherry, any on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to us and close the public hearing and public comment. Any additional discussion or questions?
Glad we don't have a frontage road there. I move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10085.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And have we been able to get Vice Mayor Dever, or is he?
Aye.
Okay, all right. And it is approved 5-0. Okay, moving us on to our second item. Let me see if I can get this one up. Consider conducting a public hearing for the vacation of certain utility easements located within lots 3, 4, 5, and 23, Block 6, Homewood Garden subdivision, submitted by Land Plan Engineering, PA. Consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 10086 to vacate access easements as described. Consider accepting dedication of utility and pedestrian easements associated with Plat-24-1005 for Homewood Garden Subdivision Edition Number 1, submitted by Land Plan Engineering, PA, on behalf of Success by 6 Coalition of Douglas County and Joseph and Carla Patrick, property owners of record. All right.
All right. Again, I'm Chris Rice. I'm a project engineer with the city, helping to facilitate this second easement vacation. Let me scroll down here for the exhibit to help orient ourselves a little bit. So what is sought here by the applicant, Land Plan Engineering, is to vacate a utility easement shown here in red. This was dedicated with the original plat in 1930. However, there's no existing utilities reside within the plat. What has happened over time is a sanitary sewer was installed outside of that utility easement. And as part of a minor subdivision, the property owners at 944 East 19th Street and 1835 Haskell Avenue are seeking to vacate this existing utility easement shown in red. There is, as part of that minor subdivision, additional easements shown to be dedicated. So those are shown approximately in green. So those new utility easements would encompass the existing sanitary sewer that's there, as well as a Midco fiber line. As part of the city's review process, we did notify property owners within 400 feet, as well as franchised utility owners, and we didn't receive any objections and broad support for the dedication of utility easements that are shown here. So similar to the last item, we'd need to open and close a public hearing related to this, and then vote on the associated ordinance. That's 10086. What is slightly different is there is a separate action for accepting the dedication of utility and pedestrian easements associated with the minor subdivision or plat 24-1005. That typically would be a consent agenda item, but we elevated it to regular agenda so that it could be seen at the same time as these others. And Ellie Mullins from the planning office, I believe, is here if you had any questions specific to the dedication of easements.
Okay. Any questions? Not seeing any.
None for me.
Okay. All right. I will open the public hearing and public comment. Any public comment here in the room?
Good evening, Mayor Littlejohn, Commissioners. My name is Michael Allman. I'm the Vice President of Brook Creek Neighborhood Association, where this property is in our neighborhood. Just wanted to say that we support changes to the pedestrian and utility easements, and we look forward to how this progresses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing any additional ones here in the room. Sherry, any on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring us back and close the public hearing and public comment. And any further discussion or questions from the commission?
Do these have to be separate votes?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Sherry?
One for the,
I think we
Yes.
need these to be separate actions.
okay.
I'll adopt on first reading ordinance number 10086.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Approved 5-0. And the second one?
Accept dedication of utility and pedestrian easements as shown on the plat 24-1005, Homewood Garden subdivision edition number 1, submitted by Land Plan Engineering.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Approved 5-0, none opposed. So, all right. Thank you very much, Chris. Okay. Before we dive in, we're all good?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Item number 3. Consider adopting the revised land development code of the city of Lawrence, Kansas, associated conversion map as adopted on the effective date, enacting a new chapter 20 of the code of the city of Lawrence, Kansas, establishing a comprehensive zoning regulations and other land use regulations. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 10093 and ordinance number 10094. All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Commission members, I'm Elizabeth Garvin. I am a director with Clarion Associates in Denver, Colorado. I've been working with the city for the past 2+ years on the update to the Land Development Code, which you have in front of you this evening. I have a short presentation of some changes that have come. Yep.
Could you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah.
The podium can raise up too, if that's helpful, just to bring it a little closer.
And it could just be nerves. So let's try that again. Should I start from the beginning or go ahead from where I am?
No, I think we heard that.
Okay, so this evening I have a short presentation for you, and we will go through the recommendations from the Planning Commission, one additional recommended edit from the Steering Committee, and a few cleanup edits that we found as we've been going back through the regulations based on conversations we've been hearing from the community. Okay, so we posted a revised version of the Land Development Code on October 21st. It was intended to just show the conversation in front of the Planning Commission and Steering Committee in context, so anyone who wanted to look at that could see how those edits would play out. It also included some MSO edits to stormwater management requirements that were based on Planning Commission discussions, and some consultant edits for use and clarity. The Planning Commission then recommended adoption of the Land Development Code and has forwarded that to the City Commission. The Steering Committee created their final comments. To remind everybody, there are a couple things that will take place following this meeting, but that have a relationship to the Land Development Code. I believe that University Place has a demolition moratorium that's in front of City Commission at the next hearing, or next week. And then the residents of Alvamar are also working on a request with you to classify golf courses as open space. So those are not part of the Land Development Code discussion, but related to it. So coming out of the Planning Commission and Steering Committee, the Steering Committee supports everything recommended by the Planning Commission with one suggested wording edit, which is included in this presentation, and supports adoption of the Land Development Code. We did also include a change to the ADU section. We learned that you could interpret that language to allow ADUs where we don't think they were intended, so we've done a cleanup based on that. And I did want to address that we have heard from the community requests for additional time to continue working on the LDC. And these are made mostly with concerns about additional density. So just to ground everybody in where we are with this project, starting the Land Development Code update and working through it, our job has been to make sure that Plan 2040 is reflected in the regulations, and to make sure that the regulations support development that will make Plan 2040 play out over time. So the Land Development Code reflects these goals as they were given to us in the project. And how appropriate it is to add density has been the subject of many discussions at the Planning Commission and the Steering Committee. So the recommendations that come to City Commission have certainly gone through these discussions, and I'm by no means saying that doesn't mean anyone should change their comments tonight, but I would like everyone to know that this has been a discussion throughout this process. So let me flip into the comprehensive plan, just a couple goals that really are kind of the crux of where we are with this density discussion. So just in terms of growth and development, Tier 1, which is the city itself, is prioritized for growth and redevelopment because infrastructure and services exist. So this is the most economical and sustainable way to serve a growing population. So the plan tells us, and the code reflects, maximizing development opportunities within the city of Lawrence before expanding into the city's growth area. And so the plan tells us to do this through accommodating infill housing development in appropriate locations, increasing the overall height and density of certain districts in Lawrence to take advantage of that existing infrastructure, which is an existing public investment on the part of the city, and to expand opportunities to create accessory dwelling units. One other goal we want to look at this evening is looking also at growth and development, integrating higher density residential development in existing neighborhoods can become an asset to the neighborhood if it's designed to fit the environment properly. And so both of these are things that the Steering Committee talked through and the Planning Commission talked through, and from which we heard comments from the public and made changes to the regulations based on moving forward with getting this right fit in place. And so again, the plan encourages the integration of higher density residential development through compatible design. We have infill and redevelopment design standards in the code. Talks about transition areas between housing types and making sure that these types fit together. Integrating medium and higher density housing types that are compatible in density, scale, and aesthetics. So that is, these are criteria that we thought about as we put the dimensional standards together and the use table together. And then there's a typo on this, I apologize. The last one is require development to be located to maximize existing infrastructure and minimize the cost of expanding facilities and services. So that is the policy that wraps around the regulations. And it wasn't the job of the consultant team or the project team to open this up for further discussion. And so we haven't. That is your purview. And so the code we're handing to you works within these parameters. So just to briefly go through the Planning Commission recommended edits, because this is certainly diving into a level of detail different from talking about plan policies. In terms of occupancy standards, Planning Commission came back with a recommendation to do some word editing here, but to leave the occupancy limit at 5. And so then that is 5 people to a household. Households defined as could be a single person, any number of people related to each other through blood, marriage, or committed partnership, and then up to 5 adults of any relationship. So in terms of making exceptions to the minimum density, so when someone has property that is zoned R2, which now has a minimum density of 4 dwelling units to the acre, there is an exception where a single family home existed there previously. If it needs to be rebuilt or reconstructed, that property owner does not have to split into duplexes or meet that minimum density. We had a piece of code left out in our drafting that needs to go back in. This is allowing the sale of alcoholic beverages downtown in association with some other types of sales uses or other uses going on the property. We are moving away from licensed premises to just speaking of uses. This will still leave the city where it is. Licensed premises isn't necessary anymore. So we're just putting this back in the downtown. This is not a change. It's just making sure the language ends up in the code. We recommended 5 types of planned developments, each of which has a certain package of requirements that it has to meet for an applicant to do planned development. Going forward, we are recommending deleting the most general one of these. So one relates to providing affordable housing, one relates to providing increased sustainability, one relates to providing historic preservation or conservation, and then one allows a mix of the 3. And then this one was more of a kind of old school, you can do whatever you want to, but it needs to be a better design than you would otherwise get. We think that the base districts will get the city there, and that in the idea of moving away from PD development going forward, so you have more flexibility, and so property owners have more flexibility in terms of redevelopment. Taking this particular type of planned development out of the code doesn't cause anyone to lose opportunities that they would otherwise have under the code. We have added a clarification to the short-term rental regulations. This is no change. This is just clarifying that short-term rentals as an accessory use are differentiated between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. So we are showing those changes in the principal use table and the accessory use table. In terms of accessory dwelling units, the Planning Commission and the Steering Committee recommended allowing ADUs to count as one dwelling unit for the purposes of meeting minimum density. So a single-family unit with an ADU would qualify as 2 units for density purposes, even though the ADU is accessory. To make sure that this doesn't end up penalizing anyone who wants an ADU on their property, the maximum density will not count the ADU as an extra unit. So it is to the benefit of the property owner to provide an ADU, and the code does not penalize the property owner for wanting to put in an ADU. The one change that Steering Committee has recommended to the Planning Commission's recommendation is changing the term in the number of residents. So this is the occupancy section for ADUs. Right now it says a total number of persons that reside in both units. To make that language consistent with the occupancy standards we talked about earlier, this should say the total number of adults in both instances that you can see in this edit. In addition, we have standards in the regulations that allow 2 principal detached dwelling units on a single lot. The city does this currently, and in the current situation, both units have to be permanently affordable. That language was not included in the draft, and upon consideration, it makes sense to go back and put permanently affordable back in this restriction. It is to the benefit of providing affordable housing to bring the property costs down as far as possible, and it may not be an outcome that the city is looking for to not require this housing to be permanently affordable. So Planning Commission has recommended including the language permanently affordable. And then we have recommended changes, Planning Commission has recommended changes to 2 of the parking requirements. You'll see they're struck on the bottom. And that's because they were more restrictive than parking for any other kind of unit. So it just says now that required parking shall be provided on the lot convenient to each building. So some changes to pedestrian connections. We had a number of conversations in the community about when sidewalks need to be provided and when they need to be connected and when a variance can be offered for putting the sidewalks in. And so we added a standard that says for infill and redevelopment, if sidewalks currently exist within 150 feet of the site that's being redeveloped, that applicant needs to put sidewalks in on their property. The idea there is that connection will be made over time. On the flip side, sidewalks may be waived in 2 situations. Where future connections to the property being redeveloped or developed are not going to be seen, are not foreseeable based on surrounding development patterns. So if there's existing surrounding development and it's not reasonable to anticipate that sidewalks will be brought through, that property owner may request a waiver. It's not automatic. And then in residential districts with an average lot size of 1 acre or larger, the thought there being the same on lots of that size, you may not see connections. If it's redevelopment on larger lots and there are sidewalks with 150 feet, they will follow the first rule. Then they'd have to request a variance if they wanted to not put the sidewalks in. Okay, moving on to minimum parking. So after some discussion about where to set this, there is a minimum parking requirement for residential uses in existing neighborhoods. Existing neighborhoods are defined in the definition section, and they need to have been established for at least 10 years. And if someone develops or redevelops in an existing neighborhood, their minimum parking requirement is 1 parking space per dwelling unit. We also made some changes to some of the group living uses, such as assisted living and congregate living, to align their parking requirements with that lower requirement associated with residential uses. On the flip side of this, the code currently has a maximum parking requirement, and Planning Commission and Steering Committee believed that the maximum parking requirement was too strict for residential. It would have limited the number of parking spaces you could have on your single-family detached or your duplex. And so they decided and have recommended removing the maximum parking requirements for residential uses. So to restate that, residential uses do have a minimum off-street parking requirement and do not have a maximum off-street parking requirement. There were no changes made to the remainder of the maximum parking table, so it does apply to commercial and industrial uses. There is some language in the land development code that a few items, a few requirements have to be provided to the maximum extent practicable. This is a common term in environmental law, not as common in land use or perhaps everyday discussions, and so we added criteria so applicants can understand what the standard means in terms of when they bring something in. The goal is to say if you have to comply to the maximum extent practicable, and one of the places this is required is with some of the landscaping. You really got to put some effort into requirement, and we're going to have to end up showing that not complying really has some benefits to the public. So this allows that sort of review and discussion about whether an application meets the requirements. A couple smaller edits to point out. In the R1, Residential 1 Lot and Building Standards, there was a typo in Table 20-3-3. That minimum lot area was originally 10,000 square feet, and it should have been reduced to 5. That change had been made in an earlier draft, and somehow I undid it, and so it should be 5,000 for the minimum lot size. Assisted living, the definition of assisted living has an age floor on it of 55 years and older, and we all know that different people of different ages may need to avail themselves of assisted living, so Planning Commission and Steering Committee asked to have that age limit taken out. So there were just a handful of additional edits that weren't included in the Planning Commission recommendations. So one of these is new this evening. As I've been reading through this wasn't in your PowerPoint when you got it, and I'll walk everyone through it. There is a conflict between whether or not attached dwellings are allowed in R1 districts. And so they are not allowed in the zoning district dimensional table, but they are allowed in the principal use table. And so to be consistent with the drafting towards density, our recommendation would be to allow attached dwellings in the R1 district with a minimum lot size of 2,500 square feet per structure. So an attached unit is 2 or more on individual lots, so that would make it the same standards as a duplex in that district. We have some cleanup to the ADU section that came up about after Planning Commission finished their conversation. This last section on the bottom here, 5B, methods of creation, isn't as clear as it could be in terms of what units can have an accessory dwelling unit. We've read this a few times and can see what it was intended to mean, but it can also be read a different way. So our recommendation is that 5B is taken out and it's replaced with 3 at the very beginning, applicability, and that statement is accessory dwelling units are only allowed as accessory to single unit detached dwellings. So that reflects the city's priority that those ADUs are not allowed with duplexes or attached homes, only the single unit detached. Following through on the rest of the conversation with the community around that, the concern was that applicants would build ADUs and then move or leave. And so we've added language that says if at any time neither the single unit detached dwelling or the designated, that should be designated ADU, is the principal residence of one of the owners of the property, then the ADU, so the principal owners are gone, the ADU may not house any occupants, and the owner shall be subject to enforcement proceedings unless the property has 2 dwelling units on a single lot and the property is designated as permanently affordable, or 2, the ADU is attached to the single unit detached dwelling and the owner could have legally created a 2-unit dwelling at the time the ADU was created. So that is intended to close a loophole of the creation of ADUs to use both properties as rental properties. Within the short-term rental section, we just have a clarification. This section 2, reminding people that the short-term rental licensing regulations and definitions are provided in Chapter 6, and they are applicable to the short-term rental regulations in the land development code. It wasn't as straightforward to make that connection. And then last edit. A recommendation that we add a definition of reconstruction, and this goes back to the conversation above. If somebody has a single unit dwelling and it's redeveloped or needs to be rebuilt or reconstructed. This is the definition of reconstruction, so that whoever's using the code can figure out if that unit qualifies for this. So that's the end of the overview presentation this evening. We have a tentative schedule moving forward, all based on the City Commission's choices this evening. So our intent is post-adoption through April, which is when we anticipate a new code would take effect. There's testing and cleanup. So during this time, we do parallel project applications. So as projects come in, staff takes that project through the current code and the new code to figure out if there are any unpredicted outcomes or any loopholes that we want to clean up. We identify any additional substantive changes that we may find and bring those back to Planning Commission and City Commission so the community can see what those changes look like. And then we clean up any non-substantive Scrivener's errors, which will read tightly. So that would be typos, terminology, and cross-references. If the commission votes for adoption, we anticipate the code will take effect on April 1st. And then there would be a first round of edits somewhere within the first 6 to 9 months, just depending on what staff is hearing, how the community is responding to it, how the development community is responding to it, and where that kind of first packet group of changes comes through. I want to remind everybody that this is a living document and it is not going to be perfect. We know that there will be changes. There will be changes across the lifetime of the code. You change the current code and this one should work the same way. The goal was to move away from some of the regulations in the current code that were not at all aligned with Plan 2040 and start fresh with a code that is aligned with Plan 2040. Later in the evening, we want to remind the City Commission that your options are, first, to approve by a simple majority of 3 members. Second, to override the recommended Planning Commission approval or amend it by a supermajority, 4 members, or send it back to the Planning Commission for further work by simple majority, 3 members. So that's the end of the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Any questions to go ahead and start off with? Go ahead.
I just have a couple about the permanently affordable housing. When you were going through the ADU clarification, it says that there's some caveats where if it's permanently affordable, then they...
So that in that ADU clarification, the reason that's there is you are allowed to have 2 separate primary units on a lot. So let's say the ADU became illegal. If they were both permanently affordable, it would qualify as 2 permanently affordable units on 1 lot, which is acceptable. So that's why that's written in there.
Okay. So my question is how would that be enforced going forward? Say 10 years down the road, it's still supposed to be permanently affordable. Who's tracking that to make sure it's permanently affordable?
So typically, permanently affordable is tracked by the city's housing staff. You put it in place with a deed, so that's registered against the title of the property, and that comes up every time the property is up for sale, and then you also track it as you do any other affordable housing. If the city doesn't track their own affordable housing, there also, you can hire someone else to administer that or do a public-private partnership or something along those lines.
So there'll be a deed restriction placed on it?
There would need to be permanently affordable.
Is that true? Okay, got it. So if the property sells, does that permanently affordable go with the property?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I had a question. So if, thank you for laying out the options. If it were to pass tonight, what would be, kind of the public input process from that point on?
Yeah, so, okay, I'm going to established that this very moment. So I think what we would do is we would take some time over the next few months and work with staff to find those things that we think need to be changed and post those publicly so people can see what the conversation is. I think based on your instruction, if you wanted us to also allow public input at that same time, we could, or we could start the conversation with some things on the list and see what people wanted to add. The goal would be to put together a cleanup list that comes back to you based on the parameters of the regulations. I think we would want to try to limit the changes to keeping the regulations working the way they're intended to work. However, it's always your prerogative to take up other things as they come along. So we would probably have to gather everything and bring it back your way.
Okay.
And you would go through the planning commission.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's so many people out there, and there's not very many chairs, and I know there's more chairs on other floors, but we're not allowed to use the elevator. So would staff help us bring up chairs from another floor, please? Because there's a lot of older people. People are pouring in, and we'd love to have a seat.
I don't know that we do have more on other
Really? Did you get rid of all
floors
those?
right now, but I don't think that we do have other
There were
chairs.
tons on the night of the swimming pool.
And there are a few,
So,
I can take a look
Take a minute.
downstairs, but.
take it like a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. We'll just take a 10-minute recess and look into it. We'll come back to it. All right, everybody. Okay. All right, everybody. I think we were able to rustle all the chairs that we can. Unfortunately, we only have so many, and then we also have to encounter like safety and capacity issues as well. But I would say that there are 6 chairs in here in the front room. So if somebody wanted to come into the front room and sit down, and we also have 2 spots for wheelchairs as well, if somebody needed that access. And I would also say that if we have some folks that are sitting and are able and would be willing to give up their chair for, somebody that is not able to stand for very long, we'd really appreciate it. But yeah, sorry about that, folks. And in addition to that, also, if you are standing for too long and, it's getting really uncomfortable, another option might be to go home and participate in public comment via Zoom. We have quite a few folks here, so if you did want to do that, you would probably have a good chance of being able to do that. So, but in addition to that, I just want to let people know that if you can, please keep the volume down. Also in here and out in the other room, with this many people, the noise carries quite a bit. So I appreciate it. All right, I'll go ahead and get us going back. I think we're still in questions. Any additional questions?
Not right now.
Okay.
None for me, sir.
Commissioner Sellers, I'm not seeing anything from you. All right. And, okay. All right. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Mark Havener. I see a lot of my neighbors here, so I'll try and keep this short. My question is, how can you assure us that this code will not negatively affect our neighborhoods for the families there? We're already currently fighting traffic and parking, and I would also like to ask, where can I find language in the draft code that talks about the comprehensive plan direction to use innovative programs to minimize or eliminate conditions causing decline? Plan 2040 has more guidance around protecting and celebrating our unique existing neighborhoods than it does around increasing density through infill. The draft code, as we saw tonight, still in draft, has too many loopholes and incentives for harmful density increases that we know from past experiences that landlords will buy up older affordable homes and convert them to student rentals. Many of these rentals are operated through management companies who are obligated to their customer, not the neighbors, who have to endure loud parties and poorly maintained properties. We are already living this in this half-baked code only. We are already living this, and the half-baked code only exacerbates this misery. The service to developers at the expense of our neighborhoods is blatant and harmful. Until the neighborhoods can participate in a process to build protections, please press pause. Don't adopt this code knowing that it could cause harm to existing families and homeowners. Send it back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Candace Davis, and I wanted to say I live in a high-density neighborhood in Oriad, and I've lived there for 27 years. We had efforts to improve that neighborhood for over 20 years, and some of that include parking as a tool to manage the chaos that existed in a largely rental neighborhood. We wanted to be sure that we didn't drive out the families and owner-occupants who live there and perhaps even expand that. In the past, Oriad was a single-family neighborhood. They were just like Old West Lawrence, and it surrounded the university. It had people who worked downtown with the university. It was a family and owner-occupied oriented neighborhood. It is no longer that. Today, Oread remains rental largely. And I'd like to read this. Increasing the density issues in family-friendly neighborhood destroys a sense of community due to the following. Number one, it is not an investment opportunity. It is now an investment opportunity for investors in and outside of Lawrence. Number two, the price of property, homes, goes up, becoming unaffordable for many buyers. Three, families no longer buy a lower-priced home, or can no longer buy a lower-priced home. Number four, neighborhood schools begin to disappear. Number five, the neighborhood becomes a landlord-tenant neighborhood. Number six, landlords do not live in your neighborhood supervising their properties. Number seven, public parking on streets is taken up by rental tenants. Number eight, families and homeowners living in a neighborhood move out. And I will say, some time ago, when we were actively involved in doing many things in Oread, one commissioner, a gentleman, said to me, "Why do you live in Oread?" And I thought that pretty much sums it up. He thought it was a neighborhood that if you really wanted to own a home, you wouldn't buy in Oread. So I would like, and the other thing I want to point out, that reducing density after you've maintained it as a high-density area is nearly impossible to reverse. So I hope you will give consideration to middle-income neighborhoods, the same that you do to more affluent upscale areas. So thank you very much.
My name is Carmela Sibley, and I've lived in Western Hills and in Lawrence since 1972. Now, this isn't the first time that we have had to fight off developers in order to maintain the integrity of our neighborhood. Now, Western Hills is a rather unique place. Now, this town is very happy to say we have a place for everyone. Well, it seems to me that there should also be a place for people who value green space, gardens, koi ponds, and the occasional chicken coop, and who like to live in a neighborhood where you don't lean out of your window and fall in your neighbor's living room. Now, please reconsider what we do have in this unique neighborhood and do not rezone it to have more neighborhoods. Lawrence is already loaded with apartments, miles and miles of them. It is 65% rentals. It is time to be considering the people that are homeowners that want to establish families. Our schools are closing in droves. People that want a little space are moving out to all the smaller towns around us. It's time to rebuild Lawrence for families and family values and ownership and the pride of being able to own property and develop a little bit of equity. We have had enough of out-of-town developers packing their money bags and leaving for their own green spaces in tree-lined mansions. Please consider us, because in Western Hills, the first time around, we were fully prepared to go to court. We are also fully prepared to do so again. We value our green space. We value this community. We want to rebuild our schools, and we can't do it if it's always going to be transients and landlords and lessees. Thank you.
Hi, I am Rory Young, and I live on Mississippi Street in the University Place neighborhood. I will speak about University Place because it's the neighborhood I know although my comments should be applicable to all the core neighborhoods in Lawrence. Community is precious. It provides support, safety, a sense of belonging. It is immeasurable. It is an immeasurable resource. Currently, University Place is such a place. Neighbors know neighbors. We reach out to help and support each other. However, in our experience, when a large group of students moves into a house, we rarely get to know them. They have their own unit and are less likely to want to be part of the neighborhood community. Nor do families want to raise children next to student party houses. Unfortunately, the Land Development Code presented to the City Commissioners and under discussion tonight is one which has provisions which encourages the purchasing of core neighborhood properties for investments. Take a 4 or 5 bedroom house. It is no longer affordable for families to rent if 5 students can move in. Or squeeze an ADU onto an already modest-sized lot and you have space only affordable and desirable for students and not the families that want to make Lawrence their permanent home. Recently, a neighbor moved into a retirement community and an investor purchased her home. The house is up for rent next year with a $3,600 a month rent. That is not affordable. That's what happens when the students, when people are renting to students. University Place is constantly under threat from the encroachment of student rentals, protected only by its zoning. I ask the commissioners to follow Plan 2040 this is from Plan 2040, preserving the character of existing neighborhoods while encouraging creative and unique new neighborhoods, and to maintain the form and pattern of established neighborhoods. Each neighborhood is unique and a valuable part of Lawrence's character. As it is written, the LDC is a blunt axe taken to a problem which should be solved with more careful planning. Please do not rezone all of Lawrence under one blanket policy. Each neighborhood should be assessed for what the zoning policy change would do to the neighborhood and be zoned according to what works best for those who have made these neighborhoods their home. The zoning code is not ready to be adopted. If this code is adopted as it is written, it will not benefit the citizens of Lawrence, but will subsidize the university and those looking to make a buck. Please do not adopt an unfinished code. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Linda Finger. I represent, in part, a portion of the Alvamore 9 neighborhood, and I'm going to come at my comments from a somewhat different perspective. My interest is in how thoughtful the bodies have been to date in looking at the implementation of these new regulations. I would like to know how the Municipal Services Department has been integrated into these proposals. Have they looked at the impact on sewers, water, stormwater regulations as to how the implementation will impact existing established RS2 neighborhoods? I'm also interested if the fire department has taken a look at what density increases will do in their service areas. It is of interest to me that the Planning Commission, I hope, has implemented a program where they're looking at the number of vacant lots in existing established residential neighborhoods so that we will have some idea of what the impact will be rather than speculating what it could be. If there is 1 or 2 lots versus 4 or 5 that are co-joined, then the impact could be much greater. So I'm asking the Commission, if you are interested in continuing your process of adoption, that you at least also involve other departments as to the implementation before you move forward with the actual adoption of these new regulations. And I thank you very much for your consideration of my comments.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for all of us here to talk about these issues. My name is Mark Connolly. I live on Turnberry Drive used to be Albemarle Sunflower 9, number 5 hole. It's now something else. I don't know exactly what. I know it doesn't look the same as the way it used to. But here's my concern. Back in 1990, my wife and I were thinking of buying a lot and building a house out on Albemarle. My main concern at that time was what would happen if Albemarle went broke or was sold? What would happen to that golf course behind my house? I didn't want to wake up one morning and find a 7-Eleven in my backyard. That was something scary to me. And it was a major investment that long ago. And my realtor looked into the situation, and he came back and he said, okay, Bob Billings requested that the golf course space be zoned for residential 7,000 square foot lots. And I thought, okay, I can look around at all the plans for my street and see what things look like. I can live with 7,000 square foot lots behind my house if that should ever happen. But I viewed that at the time as a promise from the city commission to me and others like me that we had some kind of ironclad guarantee what would happen behind our houses if that ever happened. And I would like this commission, the city commission, please, to remember the promises made by that city commission years ago, as I would hope that the city commission in 2050 respects all the hard work that you have done. Thank you.
Frankie.
Say hi, my name's Frankie.
Hi, my name is Frankie.
All right, do it.
It's not now, it's not never, but it will happen when we are ready. You can't go into challenges you aren't ready for. Thank you.
Tough act to follow. My name's Jared Johanning. Knowing that our community needs housing for low and very low income folks, why is affordable housing defined as the cost of rent plus utilities not exceeding 110% of HUD fair market rate rent? We know from comparing past census data that our residents are housing cost burdened, and that housing is needed for low and very low income families. Urban planning and equity experts also say that this is what we need. We knew this in 2019 when the Affordable Housing Density Bonus was drafted. As a result, some committee members recommended a different criteria to qualify for the bonus. Instead of 110% fair market rent, which is affordable for middle income folks, they suggested aligning it with our actual housing needs and the needs of our low income neighbors by making it 80% of fair market rent. Additionally, when we hear concerns that it will incentivize landlords to buy up older affordable homes and flip them into expensive rentals or large luxury homes, we have failed to see information or evidence to the contrary. Please tell us how it will produce one outcome over the other. Advocates for this code have failed to show how it will produce affordable housing beyond the basic concept that density equals affordability. But when an economist and an urban planner separately tell us that it needs more work, or else it might actually make our housing issues worse, there is no response, and I think that's very telling. Unless we are actively building equity into the code, we are leaving the private market to drive the work. The Affordable Housing Density Bonus is nothing but a loophole for developers. Why not make it help low-income families while we have this chance? Require landlords to accept the housing assistant vouchers. Make the rent 80% market value, not 110%. There is nothing to show these changes will work or be enforced in a way that is equitable. Until then, it must not be adopted. Please send this incomplete document back to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dina Amont. I've lived in the Old West Lawrence neighborhood for the last 29 years. Please do not approve the Land Development Code tonight. The proposed changes in the code do not protect our university-adjacent neighborhoods against investor-owned development for high-end college rental purposes, which is the most likely outcome of these changes, as proven by what happened in the Oriad neighborhood years ago. I'm in favor of increasing access to affordable housing. I'm in favor of promoting equity in the housing market, but this is not the way to do it. The new Land Development Code does not account for investor and developer-owned projects for high-end expensive housing. Unfortunately, parts of the LDC as they're currently proposed will produce unintended consequences for downtown and university-adjacent neighborhoods. So please do not rezone Old West Lawrence and the downtown adjacent neighborhoods to R2. Please do not increase the number of unrelated adults citywide from 3 to 5. Please do not allow or accept the parking requirements for new construction to 1 space per dwelling unit. Why are we so blatantly sacrificing our core historic neighborhoods to appease developers? It's been repeatedly acknowledged by our Planning Commission that this will have a disproportionate impact on our core neighborhoods. The majority of the density and infill pieces will be implemented in older neighborhoods. Instead of seeking innovative programs to minimize or eliminate conditions causing decline, as Plan 2040 suggests, staff, Clarion, and the steering committee concocted a code that's going to fuel neighborhood decline. The Planning Commission understands the issues. Please send this back and ask them to direct a process to build neighborhood protections into the code. You've been told there's been public input as recently as a few minutes ago, but unfortunately that's lacked transparency and has not been forthcoming with information even when asked directly. Please do not adopt this code knowing it's incomplete and has numerous loopholes. So many mistakes were corrected just tonight and changes made tonight, so please do not approve this. Please send it back to the Planning Commission to allow these obvious issues to be addressed now rather than having to clean up a mess later. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Rue, and I live at 3910 West 12th Street in the Western Hills subdivision. Here's a little background about us. The first houses went up in 1963 in the county. In 1985, we were unwilling participants of annexation into the city. In the early 2000s, the city condemned our septic tanks, forcing us onto city sewer system with the benefit district that our residents had to pay. As a result of this, a developer from Baldwin came in, bought a lot, and immediately put 3 houses where 1 used to stand. In 2004, 20 years ago, our subdivision worked hard and petitioned the city to change our zoning from RS1 to RSE, estate-sized lots, but we don't have estate-sized houses out there. Most residents are on approximately an acre. We did this to preserve the unique characteristics of our neighborhood. The Commission unanimously agreed with Commissioner Hack, stating that this was a unique neighborhood and should be protected. The Planning Commission followed with a unanimous approval, acknowledging that the area was not annexed willingly and verified the neighborhood currently had a park-like environment. 20 years ago, the Horizon 2020 plan touted the value of Lawrence's unique neighborhoods and emphasized the importance of protecting their unique character, and Plan 2040 says the same. In 2006, RSE was changed to RS20 with a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. Now you are forcing us just to accept it going to RS1, which I guess now is 5,000 square feet. That will put us in the same situation as in 2004, fighting for our space. We like our large lots, that's why we live there. We like our little piece of country in the city. Many of our residents are older and retired, on a fixed income, some are single. Many have been there more than 20 years. We've been there for 40. The possibility of increasing already high property taxes is real and will be detrimental to us all if they start to sell under the new zoning. We also do not have the infrastructure to accommodate a large number of homes. My husband and I and 50 other residents and counting do not want this change. We want to keep our RS20 zoning. We can work with reasonable change, but this is not. With all this controversy this proposed change has caused throughout the city, this should go back to the Planning Commission, and each neighborhood needs to be looked at individually or be grandfathered in. If you want this development code, why can't it be for new development only? And the other thing is, I sent an email on June 5th about this issue to the steering committee, never heard back, until I resent it back last Thursday, November 7th, and only one replied. To me, that's not acceptable. That's not good government. The neighborhoods that are involved should be the first ones notified. Please don't let all of our hard work be erased with a stroke of a pen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Otters. I live in the University Place neighborhood. This is a quote. On Thursday, the neighborhood association underwent an upheaval as the majority of its longtime board members, mainly owner-occupants, were voted out of office. They're replaced largely by a mix of students and landlords. Now, this is a quote from the Lawrence Journal World article published February 26, 2010, 14 years ago. The article chronicles the Oriad neighborhood's 20-year journey with the landlord-friendly policies in our city's development code. Today, only 43 to 44% of our residential properties are owner-occupied. Lawrence had 54 registered neighborhood associations and claims to value their role in the community. These groups are responsible for essential efforts like petitioning the city for traffic calming devices, pursuing historic designations, and representing the unique experiences and interests of their residents and city processes. But history shows us what happens when community building efforts get in the way of developer greed and owner-occupied properties become the minority. City processes are designed for owner-occupied neighborhoods. You need approval from the majority of property owners to petition the city for a speed bump, to seek a historic designation, or to pursue changes to zoning or land use rules where you live. When the landlords own the majority properties, personal profits trump the greater good. If this code is adopted with the complete absence of neighborhood voices, eventually we are all Oriad. Just send it back to the Planning Commission. The idea that we are even considering a development code that excludes neighborhood voices and is modeled after the policies that destroyed Oriad is absolutely preposterous.
Hello, my name is Tia Rayburn.
Excuse me, can you hold on a second? Could you guys spread out around the door just in case of fire, medical? Thank you.
Okay.
Not standing directly in front of the door, if you would. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tia Rayburn. I'm a 30-year-old townie. I would like to continue being a townie by not being priced out of Lawrence or outcrowded out of Lawrence. I support affordable housing, and I would like a reconsideration. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Young. I've lived in the University Place neighborhood for 10 years, and I'm a 51-year-old townie. Like many others, I'm deeply concerned that the new code would allow up to 5 unrelated adults, and we know what that means. That means KU students, to share what was previously a single-family home. I'm also concerned that the provisions for ADUs and other infill developments will have an adverse impact on 4 key issues. My primary concern is housing affordability. KU dorms cost over $1,000 per month per student for some of the dorms, and that does not include the meal plan. If you unleash that buying power times 5, so $5,000 per month for a group of 5 students on the housing market in Lawrence, it will price the majority of Lawrence families out of the market. There's smarter ways to address affordability across the broad spectrum of Lawrence residents. The city should protect existing single-family zoning so that families who work in Lawrence can afford to rent, or even better, own homes here. My second concern is the preservation of historic neighborhoods. I was born and have been raised here in Lawrence. My family lived at 1606 Tennessee until I was in 3rd grade, and at that point my family moved out of the Oriad neighborhood because even then it was starting to be overrun with student party houses. I would hate for additional campus-adjacent neighborhoods to suffer the fate of Oriad. My third concern is parking. Parking near campus on the weekdays is already it's already a mess. Increasing the density of housing without providing sufficient off-street parking will only make this far worse. And number 4, my fourth concern is infrastructure. I'm a professional water resources planning engineer, former KU professor of civil engineering, and I'm concerned about the impact that increased density will have on the sanitary sewer system and also on flooding and flash flooding in Lawrence. I'm particularly concerned about the Naismith Creek watershed, which has a history of flooding, and how the increase in percent impervious on residential lots, and if I understand the code correctly, that could be up to 75% impervious per residential lot, could undo a lot of hard and expensive work that the city has done to control and protect against flooding in this area. So in closing, I urge the city to press pause on the code until the issues that have been raised tonight are fully evaluated and addressed. Please listen to the people that live in the neighborhoods that will be most affected by this code. Thank you.
I'll see that.
I'm thinking, okay. Hi, my name is Marshall Peekle, representing University Place community here in Lawrence. I'm very appreciative of the chance for a quick pictorial presentation, kind of taking a little break, as I think I can see around quite a few of you may be almost a coma now from all the words and numbers thrown out so far. What I would like to do is present a quick look at several actual properties that may be potentially impacted. As they say, pictures are worth 1,000 words, right? It starts with a fourplexes. You got that? Okay, fourplexes recently constructed on 2 tear-down lots at 1700 Tennessee, only 2 blocks from our University Place community. Surely a disappointing example of what we really don't want. So now let's move on to the first one. Okay, so after seeing these representative homes, and we'll start out with the property over on Indiana at 1637 Indiana. It is a home that was bought by some people who wanted to redevelop the house. I talked to the personal owner of the property the other day. He said, listen, we would not have kept this property up. We would have taken a bulldozer and leveled it if we had not been in a community such as University Place. The next property is at 1706 Indiana. It's a double corner lot, beautiful gardens, a really nice home in our subdivision, and it really stands out there. The next home is at 1647 Indiana, right down the road from the 1637 Indiana property currently under modification development. It's a meticulously maintained home, yard, and house, really nicely done, with owners taking quite a bit of pride in the ownership of that home. The last home I want to address is 1701 Louisiana. It's a completed corner lot renovation. A home was bought, I think about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and the person who bought it is now completely committed to our city and the neighborhood, which I think is pretty cool. So after seeing these representative homes in University Place, one of our communities, and of course there are many other examples of other communities represented here today, I'm sure would have equally nicer homes to even show you. So we would ask that you please take a pause in your planned implementation of the proposed zoning code and very closely consider its very likely devastating impact on our property values, as homes that are very possibly and likely would be renovated otherwise, to be replaced with generic, cheap, attached dwellings. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Bobby Flory with the Lawrence Home Builders Association, and
I've been following this process since the beginning, read the whole document start to finish. This is a huge document for those of us in the community to read and to digest and to understand. And I just want to take a quick moment to mention that the volunteers that worked on the steering committee and those that served on the planning commission have done a tremendous job of trying to do the work and understand what the comments are. Now, having said that, I don't agree with everything, which is why I'm here tonight, but it should be mentioned that they've done a fantastic job. The Home Builders Association have been giving comments from the start, but I'm going to focus on one in particular tonight, and that is density. That's probably the primary concern that we have. Once the Lawrence Development Code is implemented, RS5 and RS7 will transition to R2 and be developed at a minimum density of 4 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 6 dwelling units per acre. Our concern is that the Lawrence Development Code mandates a minimum density requirement that will encompass 80% of the residential area in Lawrence without considering the current market trends and consumer demand. If RS2 density exceeds the market demand in Lawrence, Kansas, and the only way to include R1 lots mixed in with that R2 zone is with a zoning change, then development will be stifled and buyers and builders will go to other communities. Builders are not going to build a product that buyers won't buy. And so if we are over anticipating the density, the desire for density from the buyer's standpoint, then nothing will get built. By permitting rather than mandating higher density opportunities, the Lawrence Development Code can still support Plan 2040 policies and housing vision. Lawrence's persistent housing shortage was identified early in the Lawrence Development Code update process as a key issue. However, regulating the market through stricter zoning codes that force density will not meet the community's need for more and diverse housing. But I have a really simple solution for this, and that is to remove the minimum required density, particularly in R2, and I think that would resolve our issues. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I was pleased to see that my house was just featured. What a lot of work. I'm going to focus on 2 comments. First, I think you guys did a great job of working, but I think you missed an overall point that Lawrence is not a perfect market. Every year we get an influx of parents that do not work in Lawrence, that have a wealth and will rent and will buy at whatever price is needed. And we residents cannot compete with that. So that economic distinction has not been made. You made a code for all without considering that we're an imperfect market. The second thing that I want to mention is Plan 2040 focus is affordable housing. And you mentioned affordable housing and permanent affordable housing, that these ADUs and these additions have to have permanently be affordable housing. And I just want to read for the public, for my neighbors, what the affordable housing number is for 2024. So rent for a 2-bedroom is $1,054, and a 3-bedroom is $1,485. That would be a mortgage or a rent. The average income for residents in Lawrence is $52,577. Very hard to keep that. So keep in mind that the cost of construction per foot is $285 per foot. So you build an ADU of 1,000 square feet, $285,000. Are you going to be able to make that permanently affordable? Thank you.
Can we make sure to go ahead and direct all your comments this way? Thank you.
What's that?
If you can, direct your comments this way.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name's Connie Ehrlich. I live at 1709 Indiana. My neighbor has chickens. The neighbor behind the alley, we share garden tips. We have a little garden club, and I just have a quick statement I'd like to read.
Landlords own more than half the homes in Lawrence. Allowing multiple units on current single residential lots in the majority of Lawrence is not going to make housing affordable. This will only make it more lucrative for property investors to outbid families in key neighborhoods. The Oread neighborhood taught us this lesson more than a decade ago. I do not believe this will create and retrain strong, affordable neighborhoods, but rather erode them. Because the final code was not available until 5 p.m. Monday, and the overall process and code language has been unsupported and difficult to navigate, we must have more time. The City Commission has not held a true study session. We need this body to request an open-ended timeline to fully explore how to protect neighborhoods, allow City Commission to process the code, and allow citizens to get answers to their still pending questions. Please recommend that the City Commission remove their November adoption date and schedule the next date after this body is comfortable with the final document. And I have to say that we would much rather live around chickens and flowers and neighbors than have students and parties and no parking. Thank you very much. We appreciate you listening.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. My name is Hugh Conover. I live at 4120 West 12th Street in the Western Hills neighborhood just west of Dad Perry Park. My wife and I are retired healthcare providers, and we've lived in our particular address for 24 years. In 2004, our neighborhood petitioned the city to change the zoning to prevent the degradation and destructive nature of infill that would have on the character of our unique neighborhood. In the agreement that was reached with the city, we were assured that we would never have to address this issue again in the near or distant future. And Western Hills is a unique area. It was built mostly in the 60s out in the county, which had a 1 acre minimum at the time. All the lots are large. There are no sidewalks, no street lights. It's quiet, safe, friendly, almost rural-like. Many people from the surrounding neighborhoods come to our neighborhood to walk their dogs, walk their kids. The current proposed zoning change would be disastrous to the unique nature of our area. It's why we moved there. So why are we blatantly sacrificing our older historic neighborhoods in Lawrence to appease developer greed? It's been repeatedly acknowledged by the Planning Commission that this will have a disproportionate impact on our older neighborhoods. The majority of the density and infill pieces will be implemented in the older neighborhoods. Instead of seeking, and I quote, innovative programs to minimize or eliminate conditions causing decline, end quote, as Plan 2040 suggests, the staff, Clarion, and the steering committee concocted a code that will fuel neighborhood decline. The Planning Commission understands the issues. Send this back and ask them to direct a process to build neighborhood protections into the code. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Van Tassel, and I'm another one of those pesky Western Hills neighbors. I just had a question for you guys. When you pass an ordinance, do you read it first? That's a yes from everybody. How many of you, raise your hands, have read the whole thing?
The whole code? You mean the whole
revised code?
Yes.
Well, that's my basic point. And again, I was at the last council meeting. The idea of revising the code was supposed to make it easier to use, but this revision doesn't do that. To find out what I can or cannot do with my property, I still have to read hundreds of pages. I have to go to every chapter. It's very convenient for a city planner. There's a section on fencing, there's a section on lighting, there's a section on parking, there's a section for this. But as a property owner, I have to read every single section and figure out, does this apply to me? How does this apply to me? And so on. So what I'm proposing is just going back to the drawing board, but start with neighborhoods. And Western Hills is just a great example. It's a contiguous neighborhood. Everybody has basic ideas of what we would like it to be. Send out letters, solicit input, make sure everybody knows what the neighborhood is, and then write a zoning code for Western Hills that's 5 pages, and everybody gets their 5 pages and they know what they can or can't do with their property. And there are lots of neighborhoods like that around Lawrence. You can cut off an area, circle it, you can talk to the neighborhood association, you can solicit input from the people just in that area, and what would they like the future of their neighborhood to be. And what you'll find is that when you do all of that, you're going to have lots of blank spaces that you can upzone, that you can use for student housing. There are lots of spaces where the neighbors are fine with changing the zoning, with letting whatever happens in their neighborhood. They're libertarian, freeware, but then you can keep the fancier neighborhoods or the neighborhoods where people want to preserve the character. They can be preserved, and you can get the development that Lawrence needs for additional housing. Thanks.
Craig, could you?
It's Kurt. Kurt, what's your name?
Kurt, I'm sorry. Tim Hamilton, and there are 4 PDFs that were emailed.
Yeah.
Oh, fabulous. So I have control?
Not exactly.
No, you'll.
That sounds like my wife.
No, it's the other one, Kurt.
Yeah, it includes that one.
There were 4 separate PD. Yeah. There you go.
That's one of them. This one was the other one. And the Zoom bar prevents the other one. Sorry about that.
Are you on the right one?
Yeah, I think I've got it from here. So I'm the economist who put this up. First of all, I stand behind every word I put in this analysis, and I would open up if any of the commissioners or anyone has any questions over my analysis.
No, it's good.
Okay. From the first page, you can see there, I'm showing that the supply, because we have finite land in our area, is very inelastic. It's very price insensitive, and that's why we have that's why these curves, which represent mathematical functions, have the shapes that they have. And what I'm forecasting is, in the short run, we're going to have a smidgen of a drop in prices towards affordability, but in the long run, we're going to have a big influx of new buyers, new investors. And if you doubt that, think about the phone calls that you get offering to buy your house, or the We Buy Ugly Houses, or the postcards. There is a mass amount of money available. There's a lot of profitability, so the demand is going to go up. And here's the fundamental problem. Wonderful job on what was done with the Clarion report. I've read the Clarion report, and I've read Plan 2040. Nowhere in either of them is there any economic analysis. There's making this assumption that by virtue of approving this, that housing is going to be more affordable. My conclusion is just the opposite. It's going to be more expensive. And the reason why it's going to be more expensive is because there's 2 dynamics that are happening. Supply is increasing, but demand's increasing. And demand's increasing by a lot. It's already been churning up. Prices have been going up at about 11% since the pandemic on real estate. This is going to accelerate that significantly because of all that new investor money. So my conclusion is we're going to have prices go up, which means houses are not going to be affordable. It's going to be just the opposite. But let's just assume that we try to hit the target in Plan 2040, which references HUD for what is permanently affordable. For a three bedroom, that would be $1,485 a month. That's what would be required to hit that. I would like to pass, if I could, to the commissioners. My analysis on what's going to happen with this, and that is basically, and I have copies, I made extra copies thinking that we would have everybody here, but basically, you got to make $86,000 a year to afford a 3-bedroom that's going to be built under this code. The only way you hit that target in the 2040 is if you have building costs at $200 a square foot, which is way low, impossibly low, and the land is free, and landlord doesn't roll the insurance in.
That's your time. Thank you.
My name is Tom Stacy. I live on Indiana Street in the University Place neighborhood. You were showing a picture of my home, and it was described as having a beautiful yard, an assessment with which I strongly agree. I also strongly agree with the goal of affordable housing, but as anyone who is familiar with prices of condos in New York City or downtown Lawrence, and also as the economic analysis that preceded me indicates, increased density and affordability are not the same thing. And I urge the Commission to press the pause button so that meaningful consideration can be given to the real world effects of these changes, and also to more robust requirements concerning parking, occupancy, and notice and opportunity to be heard to affected homeowners. So as this session demonstrates, these changes are radical, they're fundamental. What are their effects? Have such changes been adopted in similar college towns? Have the changes increased the affordability of housing? Have they detracted from the character of existing neighborhoods? Who knows? Since this plan was proposed in July, I've heard nothing about this, and I think it would be imprudent, one might say insane, to adopt such fundamental changes without any effort to identify their real-world effects. As Mandy Enfield's analysis demonstrates, a developer could easily put in structures that would house 15 persons and would require only 3 parking spaces. So this undermines the predictability to homeowners, which the city has listed on its website as one of the 4 overarching goals of the proposed code. You know, will structures housing 15 college students requiring 12 off-street parking spaces go up next to your home? Who knows? Unlike the status quo, there's no legal impediment to such a requirement, to such a development. And it's up to the unpredictable actions of developers about which homeowners have no notice or opportunity to be heard on. Also, this undermines the goal of compatibility, which is in Project 2040, and we heard Clarion's representative speak to. Now, it's true that the proposed code has certain design requirements aimed at compatibility, but let's get real. Structure with 15 college students requiring 12 off-street parking spaces is not compatible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate. I first moved to Lawrence in 2005 with my husband. We lived in Old West Lawrence for several years, and then later moved to the University Place neighborhood where we're raising our family. And I can, without a doubt, say that the charm and the character and the quality of the historic homes in Lawrence are part of what drew us here and have kept us here for this long. And my question this evening is, with so many residential options being permitted by right and 20% adjustments without opportunity for appeal, how can I speak up about development around my home? The code is user-friendly, but only for developers, not the general public. Please don't adopt a code that wholly neglects resident voices and blocks participation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pam Burkhead, 66044 from University Place neighborhood. And I wanted to say this is a personal, as these are our homes, our little neighborhood communities, our unique character and our lifestyle that's being zoned out. I am to believe what I've been told. Don't worry, won't happen to you. If that's true, then why isn't this protection in the code? Is the code incomplete? City commissioners and city management, to me, part of your role here is to protect the entire community and protect our quality of life. This document uses words to make you think, yes, sign me up, but they are just traditional consultant words to get buy-in. Affordability, as Tim Hamilton has researched and provided to you, the cost of housing, ownership, and rent will increase with this land development proposal. Shouldn't we try to make housing costs more affordable overall for all of our residents? Sustainability. In older neighborhoods such as mine and many others, our trees are well over 50 to 60 years old. They will be removed for additional backyard residential units, which in turn make more ground covered, which decreases the natural process of water retention. This will cause an increase in temperature. This in turn will impact our wildlife. I won't even start to mention the architecture and history that this holds that will be destroyed. Density. Our houses are so close that if we leave a light on too many nights after Netflix binging, a neighbor mentions it and the impact on her house. And yes, I have received such a call. If density alone makes affordability, then as they said, our metropolitan cities, New York, Chicago, and stuff would be really cheap to live in. So density doesn't do it. I believe green space in homes is healthy. I don't want to barbecue or be in my tree lounge chair in my backyard next to someone's ADU, which I believe has an occupancy loophole once its original owner occupied sells the property. This code is not complete. Though there were some changes tonight, I have to read those and understand them. But again, the code is not complete. This is not a family-supported code for many reasons, including the negative impact on 3 neighborhood schools near me, as housing will turn from owner or rental occupied houses to rental units. Under the covers, this is not a good code for Lawrence permanent residents, but it will allow more of our money to go to investors in and outside of Lawrence. Please pause this incomplete code. Please allow the townie residents to be considered and be informed and communicating by holding town halls. P.S. I have to add a note. At the end of my letter to you, I previously sent earlier this week, I did get a little Rosanna Dana, because this has become drama, and it's drama that I don't want in my life and I don't want in yours.
That's time.
Please push back this code.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hansen. I live in the University Place neighborhood. I've been a townie for over 50 years, and I've lived in many areas of Lawrence. My question is, what are we supposed to do? We were denied answers to questions, and our statements were ignored. This draft code works in direct opposition to the 151 pieces of neighborhood-specific written and public comment that was received over the last 7 months. We are in a very authoritative period of American history, and our community culture is suffering. Citizen voices are being ignored, and we have lost confidence in processes and no longer trust that City Hall cares about the general public. This code gives planning staff unprecedented authority and removes most entry points for public feedback. Staff can issue waivers and adjustments without public appeal processes. We need clear appeal processes that balance the fact that every design standard is allowed a 20% administrative adjustment. Staff cannot be given complete control while stopping the public of any real appeal processes, and the few that exist are buried in hidden corners of the code and are difficult to find. Adopting a code that disempowers residential property owners is unethical and will cause significant problems in the future. Taxpayers spent $400,000 to pay the consultants to write a code that only serves the wealthy developers. It is an egregious and intentional omission of public participation.
This draft is lacking key components that protect residents and our most valuable investments. Please send this back to Planning Commission. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Harris, otherwise known as KH. I live at 916 Rhode Island and have for 32 years. Neighborhoods, why are the infill and development portions of Plan 2040 represented in the code without any real language or policy that complies with the directive that land use code should be designed to strengthen the unique character that people associate with Lawrence? This is the vision statement for Plan 2040, Section 4 on neighborhoods, which also says, neighborhoods shape vibrant and strong communities and guide us to protect the character of existing neighborhoods when implementing land use policies. However, for more than a year, neighborhood representatives have asked for attention and answers on how this code will impact our homes. The code, as it is written, will cause irreversible harm to our older neighborhoods by increasing their appeal to landlords. This isn't a theory unique to a few people. It has been openly acknowledged by the Planning Commission and other decision makers, and we have been validated by code feedback from the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. This code is not ready for adoption. If we truly value our neighborhoods, we must return this draft to the Planning Commission and codify protections that serve the Plan 2040 and our core neighborhoods. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hossein Grami, and I lived in Lawrence since 1976. And I have observed many changes. I'm here to talk about the Albemarle. I don't live there. I don't even have the money to buy a house there. But I know one thing. That golf course is a jewel of our town, as it made Lawrence as a jewel of Kansas. Please do not let somebody come and build some apartments or duplexes just under the name of affordable housing or things like that. They're only here for their own benefit. Please do not change the code, especially for that section. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Steve Kelly. I'm speaking on behalf of the Douglas County EDC this evening. Our group, the Douglas County EDC, has provided a couple of letters with suggestions for revisions of the code. As this process has gone along, we've had a number of people who have been involved, and I do appreciate the involvement of folks throughout the community, both the development community. There have been landowners. A number of folks have spent a lot of time working through this. And admittedly, this code is not perfect. It will never be perfect, but I think we've got the framework with the work that's been done to have a much more stable and a much more understandable development process than what we've had in the past, which I know has been a concern on the part of a lot of people for a number of years. So I think that is good. Obviously, there are a lot of concerns, particularly about the density and the upzoning, and I think those need to continue to be worked on. But in my view, in our view, the time that's allowed now between now and April, when this would actually go into effect, allows that sort of time to work through some of those challenges, work through some of those questions, and get answers for those that have those concerns, and put us in a position to be in a better place going forward. So we would ask that you continue to move the process forward, but certainly take into consideration the questions, the concerns of the individuals who have spoken tonight and others in terms of some of these key issues, which really seem to be focused on the upzoning. There are a lot of components in this code. It's over 1,500 pages, but it seems like this is the focus. So I think directing some additional time and additional work in that area obviously would do a lot to help soothe some of the concerns and help this move forward. But in general, I think we are supportive of the process moving forward, but also want to see some of these concerns addressed. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Maren Bradley. I'm the president of the Old West Lawrence Association. I wanted to come here tonight to let you know that the Old West Lawrence Association is strongly opposed to increasing the number of unrelated adults per dwelling above the current standard of 3. AOLA is also opposed to changing minimum off-street parking requirements for new construction. These two regulations, as Candy Davis earlier said, were put into effect to safeguard our university-adjacent neighborhoods. In an ideal world, making these changes would result in equity and affordable housing, but in reality, the new LDC does not protect our university-adjacent neighborhoods against the most likely outcome of these changes, which is investor-owned development for high-end college rental purposes. While we are aware in OWL that the new LDC wants to make it possible for more neighborhoods to be like us, with duplexes next to single-family homes, we have a lot of that in our neighborhood. But the reality is that this is not going to happen organically in our current economic situation. I personally live in the 800 block of Mississippi Street. We can see the football stadium from our house. Every time a home goes up for sale or rent on our street, we neighbors look at each other and wonder, oh man, are they going to fill it with college renters? Because we know that would destabilize our entire block. And I do know this. We all know this. In my 30s, I lived in a gorgeous Victorian house in the Oriad neighborhood. I tried to raise children there. My husband and I did. I was there when the landlords took over the Oriad Neighborhood Association. And after 8 years, my family finally surrendered to the noisy college renters on either side of us and moved literally 2 blocks south to Old West Lawrence for some peace and quiet. So what's the difference for the amount of decibels heard at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday morning? Not proximity. My home is closer to campus than many in the Oriad neighborhood. Same applies to University Place, Hillcrest neighborhood. Also, not the type of structure. We feature the same amount, the same kinds of houses and structures as the Oriad neighborhood does. The only difference is in zoning variances from Oriad to Old West Lawrence. Our neighborhood is experiencing a generational shift and a tipping point. Our neighborhood school was closed last year by the school board, making it harder for us to attract and keep families, not to mention making us more reliant on our cars and our parking spaces. No one in Old West Lawrence or anyone here tonight, any of you sitting up there, wants to live next to 10 or even 5 college students in one house. Passing the LDC tonight with any more than 3 unrelated adults per dwelling and with decreased parking minimums would make it clear that you value infill above all else. We, the neighborhoods, are all here. We're all here united, and I hope that you're listening, that density does not equal affordability. There's plenty in this new code already to increase density, so please protect our downtown neighborhoods. Thanks.
Hello, Commissioners. Courtney Shipley. We've met. I was appalled to hear the consultants suggest that you should pass something that's a living document. And I think that you should all ask legal what position that puts staff in. Once you pass it, it becomes something which staff is required to defend and pursue. They may notice things personally that they think should change, but it's not necessarily their position to change that. You give them that direction. So this idea that there's some kind of policy you should pass and just see how the chips fall is, I think, unrealistic. In addition to that, so I think you should ask legal staff in particular, what happens if something is pursued January through April and then you all decide to change course? Is it staff's responsibility to continue pushing for that, or is it staff's responsibility to make changes to that policy on the fly? That's not normally the case. I would also suggest, just as a reminder, an hour into your public comment, that you're being requested to look at 3 different choices. The last choice for those commissioners who are not here this evening, at least in the lobby, the preference was number 3, to send it back to Planning Commission. I would also suggest that you break these into more manageable sections for the public. That could have been done before now, and in a sense, all this didn't really need to happen if you'd have done that. But the consultant themselves broke it down into pretty manageable sections, and while those things are, interminably entwined, having a separate conversation about long-term and short-term rentals from density could serve to show the public that you actually care about their input. Thank you.
My name is Bill Sampson. I hope you are as thrilled this evening as I have been to listen to all of these voices who have come here to talk with you. I'm going to talk with you as well. Protecting Lawrence's unique neighborhoods is supposed to be a goal of this commission. But as this zoning plan treats all neighborhoods the same, there is something fundamentally wrong with it. And then I've heard this too. This is only a broad change, and each individual project will be considered separately on its own merits, and if people oppose this, they will have the opportunity to do so. But I disagree with that. This policy celebrates density. It celebrates small lots, commercial housing, and many occupants. Every developer whose student duplex is opposed by single-family homeowners is going to unsheath that policy and attack the homeowners with it. So I'd like us to not lose our way about what is special about Lawrence, Kansas. The neighborhoods are special to Lawrence, Kansas. And this code, as it is presently proposed, ought to be rejected. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Francisco. I live at 1101 Ohio in the Oread neighborhood, so I have indeed experienced change over the years. I appreciated the opportunity to be involved in the work on the steering committee. It's a massive undertaking. The final draft for the Planning Commission was not posted until after written comment period had passed. So this is some of my comments, and I did put those specifically in a letter to you, but they were not able to be addressed by the Planning Commission. And I'm not sure that the steering committee is actually recommending this plan. I was at that most recent meeting, and I think we brought up concerns. Although there will need to be text amendments to any code, it will not help the community move forward with adoption of a code without working through some of the issues that have been identified. And we did hear comments from the Planning Commission about trying to protect some of the neighborhoods around the university, but there's no way to implement that at this point. And I did give you a list of some other specific concerns. I agree that we don't need the master plan development plan district, but there's problems with the other PD districts. One typo, I do think we need to set out the standards for sustainability, resilient design, and my quote on energy use should be 32, not 42. There is a difference, a considerable difference in the historic structure site PD between requiring an existing structure to include a written preservation easement and an undesignated historic structure site to simply make a commitment to complete the historic designation prior to development. The affordable housing PD requires that all parcels must be permitted to construct accessory dwelling units, but it seems at odds with the fact that they're talking about rental housing, and ADUs need to have one occupant. I'm really concerned that the combined benefits PD will allow for a reduction of 1/2 of the requirement for affordable housing if they provide at least some other relief. So other things are that accessory dwelling units would now allow both the principal dwelling and the ADU to be occupied by persons, neither of which is the record owner, if the owner could have legally had a 2-unit development. But in fact, A 2-unit development would require separate utilities. That is a way to get around that.
Marcy?
Please read. There's, my comments are in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Allman. I'm the Vice President of the Brook Creek Neighborhood Association. I so much want to have this behind us. My copy has taken up way too much room on my desk and in my brain. That said, however, the Plan 2040 Steering Committee extended their 2-year charge to 5 years. They saw that the importance of getting it right outweighed that of going fast. Being that the Land Development Code is how we implement Plan 2040, it must be done right, even more so. If its enforceable requirements, the shalls and the musts, result in unintended consequences, the opportunity to correct them may pass before they're discovered, possibly resulting in loss of rights and property. Here are some examples of shortcomings in the code. The R1 very low density district needs to have a maximum lot size of 6,500 square feet, as well as a minimum density of 3 units per acre as guardrails against urban sprawl that squanders land, inflates infrastructure costs, and raises taxes. The use group tables were barely discussed with an eye for small-scale shops in all residential districts, without which neighborhoods won't be walkable, forcing people to drive to distant shopping and undermining any parking reforms. Rooftop solar requirements were dismissed out of hand, a feature that contributes significantly to affordability by cutting recurring electricity bills. The expansion of administrative determinations without public input, variances, waivers, adjustments, code interpretations, approvals, permits, and more, plays well for developers who get staff consultation, but are difficult for the public to understand and sometimes even to find in the code. A common land use concept is that of takings. The removal of property owners' land use options requiring compensation. But communities routinely grant givings or upzonings without reverse compensation or for the added value. As songwriter Fred Neil wrote, "A handful of gimme and a mouthful of much obliged." The proposed code is a huge giving to developers. It also has huge potential for takings from homeowners and neighborhoods. We need to take 2 more years for the public to grasp its implications and arrive at equitable changes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Constance. I live in Old West Lawrence on Tennessee Street. And I had a prepared statement I was going to make, but I've been sitting here listening to the room tonight, and what I can shorten it down to say is ditto. You've heard a whole lot of good stuff here that really needs to be taken into account and needs to be given the time to be taken into account. Lawrence is blessed with a university, but that also creates an unusual pressure on our housing market. And we're not necessarily, as has been pointed out by the economist over here, that pressure makes housing more affordable, not less. I mean, less affordable, not more. Every step we take towards completion of this process, the acceptance of this proposal tonight, okay, makes it harder to change. So I encourage you to give the thought to what you've heard tonight before you take any further action that kind of leads us in any particular direction. And I think it's also important that we need to think about how big does Lawrence need to be? I mean, the human race has pretty well consumed big chunks of the planet, and we're kind of consuming our own immediate territory too. So growth usually thinks in terms historically of, I have a bigger family, so I need to accommodate that. But growth also has come to mean, can we steal people from other communities? Can we accept other communities, people here, can we accept their losses? You know, so that's another perspective we need to take. And I think I'll just finish by saying, human beings are people of place. Where we are, our physical environment matters to us a lot. You've seen plenty of evidence of that here tonight. We need to think about all the decisions we make from the perspective of how people see this place as home. Everything else we do should support that perspective. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, giving us a voice. My name is Melanie Black-Lloyd, and I live at 4512 Broadmoor. I think about the community and the economic development opportunities that we have in all the voices that are represented here today, because people move to communities because they're going to live in a home. And ideally, you know, people scout and they come in and they want to see established neighborhoods and classic neighborhoods, and we have all those offerings. Those are things to maintain, certainly at the neighborhood level, but also, you know, at a 30,000-foot level, if you will, like what economic development means. We have industry that is locating nearby. We have such an opportunity for homes, home building. I think that in itself is a reason for pause, for some study of what that opportunity affords us. This was the most important thing I felt to say, and then I have two questions. And what I want to say is that prudence is not found in every opportunity. Won't you please pause your decision? Consider all these voices, all this experience, all this education and intellect. It's so valuable. It's a big, hard job for 5 people to make decisions. It's so hard. Pause hurts nothing. And what would be the hurry? Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I just want to start off saying I think you all do need to take some more time to look at this. It was over like 1,400 pages when I checked today, and that just came out Thursday. So I do think you need a little bit more time to, you know, look at all the angles of this. I'm okay with some increased density. The one I really want to look at is more than 3 unrelated people living together. I've been advocating for that for years, and I always bring up the Golden Girls because they did an episode about it. And if you don't want 4 unrelated people living together, then I ask everyone here, which Golden Girl would you kick out of their home? Because that's what that ordinance basically does. It says the Golden Girls could not live in Lawrence. But when it comes to parking, I sent in something earlier. If we have parking minimums, we shouldn't let apartment complexes charge for a parking permit, because that's what the proxy did in 2019. You allowed them to make a parking lot with less parking that would have normally been allowed, and they did it under something called Smart Code. And I don't think we have too much parking requirements for some of these complexes now, and the proxy, like that parking it's reasonable, but the problem is they blocked half of it off, and I've heard they charge like $100 a month to have a permit to park there. So if you have minimum parking requirements, why are you letting businesses or complexes say, hey, you're going to have to pay money to park here, when the city's basically saying you have to build these parking spaces for people? So I think we need to not let businesses charge for something we're telling them they have to build for us. Also, when it comes to golf courses, I have a problem with designating, like making that an open space. Like if we only have a certain amount of open space, why should we be wasting that on a golf course when, like, I'd rather it be used on like land that hasn't been developed that much and doesn't use pesticides and herbicides and hasn't driven away the wildlife. So I do urge y'all to take more time to look at this, but I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
I would say again, if we can keep kind of crosstalk to a minimum. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Carter. Thank you for your service tonight and through the years. I'm an advocate for safe streets and also a history major. So I'd like to get into some history. Zoning was first adopted in Lawrence in 1926. Then, as of now, the university region was a major focus. Soon after the adoption, nearly 100 years ago, motivated by racial animus and fear of encroachment, land to the north, south, and west of the university were soon zoned to prohibit multifamily housing. Nearly 100 years later, multi-unit housing is still prohibited in these neighborhoods via R2 zoning. Instead, multifamily housing has been shoehorned next to dangerous streets, south of 19th, west of Iowa, up the hill on 9th Street. Pedestrians have died because of exclusionary zoning. But they also died because of the downstream effects of parking mandates. Parking mandates were first passed in Lawrence in 1949. They required one space per dwelling unit with exceptions, which is less restrictive than the code before you today. Now, so what happened after Lawrence passed parking mandates? To the left is Lawrence in 1936. To the right is Lawrence in 1948. At this point, cars had been present in Lawrence for over a generation. After, Donald Shoup describes parking requirements as a fertility drug for cars. So you see, in Lawrence in 1948, still not different from 36, but by 1967, Lawrence had sprawled, and parking requirements were increased very much soon thereafter. This frayed the urban and ecological fabric of our city. We're still dealing with the consequences today, and a lot of people want to change this. This section here in the middle is one of the first things you read in Plan 2040. People want compact, walkable, and diverse neighborhoods for all incomes. They want multimodal choices that reduce automobile reliance. They want to grow in a fiscally and environmentally responsible manner and use a fill-in development. So I'm just asking that you give people a choice. Cars require parking. Mandating parking forces people to make a prepayment towards car ownership. The scholarship and the science on this is clear and uncontroverted. Parking mandates in any amount cause more driving. You could get rid of parking requirements tomorrow. Developers would still build parking because there's a huge market for it. But if we want to change that, then we need to get rid of parking mandates today. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Vince Munoz. I live at 2449 West 24th Terrace. I wanted to talk, well, before I start, I want to mention something about, that's been brought up a few times, which is about investors purchasing single-family homes. One thing that could prevent that, that doesn't involve the Land Development Code at all, would be changing the licensing regime. The City of Lawrence requires a license for landlords. You could simply say you're ineligible if you're an investor. So that you could leave that without changing this Land Development Code at all, and that could solve that problem. So that's just something to keep in mind. I'm here to ask two things specifically. The first is to get rid of parking minimums, and the second is to keep the adaptive reuse, which is currently in the code that's been proposed before you. The first is, or the kind of like main reason concerns like density and as it relates to like protecting our infrastructure here in Lawrence. One thing that this commission has been brought, it's a proposal that's been brought to this commission over and over again is the new Boston Development Crossing, which would build on a floodplain. We've also had other proposals, and I know Commissioner Larson has voted against some of them that have tried to build on other floodplains. But when you build on these floodplains, it means that the water doesn't stay in those floodplains, right? It moves further and further into the city because you've erased that natural barrier that keeps water out of our city. And so as we if we keep expanding outside of our city limits, if we prevent density, it's actually going to jeopardize homeowners and their property in town by increasing the likelihood of flooding. And so that's like, there's an environmental consideration here that is not really being considered by many of the people who are against this current proposed change to the Land Development Code. And the final thing that I'd like to say is just a general comment about what people have been saying about renters. There's been a lot of misinformation and stereotyping about renters. I'm a renter. I've been in town for a number of years. I'm not a student anymore. I have 2 degrees. I have a full-time job. I care a lot about my community. I live close to the park over by 25th and Iowa. And I will tell you, it's the homeowners who don't live in that community who drive, and their kids have baseball practice over there, and they leave trash in our neighborhood. It's not the renters. We're the ones who pick it up. We care about our communities too. And so I'd just like to ask everyone, am I really not welcome in your neighborhood? My allergy doctor, my former allergy doctor, I should say, is in the audience tonight with one of those signs saying, essentially, you're not welcome in my neighborhood. We only want people who we think own homes. We don't want people who are renters. Renters care about our neighborhoods. And so I would just urge this commission to, consider the fact that the stereotypes about us are not accurate, and just think about that in regards to density. Most of what's in this code is good, even though there do need to be a few tweaks. I would encourage you to adopt the proposal, but change the parking requirements. Thank you.
I would add again, please refrain from talking when somebody else is speaking. I would hope that you would do that. It's out of politeness. Thank you.
And Mayor, can I just add, that's for folks out there as well, because that's the only way folks out there can attend the meeting. So, thank you.
Hi, Phil Englehart, 334 Florida Street, Pinckney. I've been following this stuff and trying to participate, come to several conclusions regarding the thing as it sets right now. Only got 3 minutes, not going to try to rationalize what I think, but I just want to spit out about 5 things for you. 1, the Land Development Code's bias toward production of denser form, rental tenure housing stock in established neighborhoods. Heard a lot of talk about the KU proximate neighborhoods. Certainly an issue. The neighborhoods that are will most likely be affected by this bias. The bias toward production of rental tenure housing units will be East Lawrence, North Lawrence, Barker, Brook Creek, and Pinckney. If you take the national economic environment out of the equation, hold it constant, it gets too complex otherwise, the actual impacts, okay, as we move forward with this thing, will depend on a lot of factors like lot size, parcel valuations, market price of existing improvements. Those moderately priced neighborhoods are those that are going to bear the disproportionate part of the bias. The Land Development Code as it currently sits works against the retention of small A attainable housing, not affordable housing, attainable housing, okay? Particularly attainable housing on the home ownership track. In rough sense, it's the flip side of the rental bias, okay? A little complex, but it's basically flip side. Point 3, with inadequate guardrails related to occupancy, off-street parking mins, lot consolidation, I could go on. Existing residents will experience we've heard some economists tonight. Existing residents will experience what we term significant negative externalities. Loss of financial equity for affected homeowners that stay, that don't pull up stakes, they stay. They're going to lose financial equity. That's typical. If you look at post-World War II urban history, it's typical if homeowners stay in place, they're going to lose financial equity. If they pull stakes and go, okay, different story. Ultimately, even more important, ultimately the loss of social capital. That's what a lot of these people have been talking about back here, is the loss of social capital. As we sit right now, we're not where we need to be. How much time I got? 27 seconds. I won't get to 5. There's a really serious unethical proposition in this thing. I wrote on it. I won't bother you. Lastly, I'll say I'm not a fan of put it out there now. We'll tweak it, fix it later. That's how we got Ford Fiestas. That's how we're getting the Hyundais and Kias, the batteries exploding. Don't put it out now and fix it later. Thank you.
I'm Haley Brenz. I live in Old West Lawrence. When choosing where to live and what is important, there are always gains and losses, and after many years, it's easy to lose track of what it's actually like to be in a different part of town. If you reside in a neighborhood adjacent to the university, you share a special bond, parking. We don't have an abundance of it and are heavily reliant on our street parking. I'm going to be the outlier here. I reside in a duplex within a great neighborhood. I have rented a duplex built in 1945, located on 8th Street between Mississippi and Illinois for 23 years. I've been included on numerous committees and elected to the Old West Lawrence Association Board. This is because the current code was already inclusive. There wasn't anything keeping me from being in my 865 square foot low-cost rental amongst million-dollar homes in the same neighborhood. There is affordable housing in and amongst our neighborhoods as they exist. As a wise 5-year-old says to me often when he sees construction not going on, it's either a bank or an apartment complex. There are 3 units on my block with 2 duplex in each one. If these were to change to 5 unrelated adults in them, we could potentially be looking at 30 people on a block that, when I measured it last night, can hold 15 cars. There are only 2 driveways, and you can ask people, the 2 driveways are inaccessible. My point being, we already have 11 cars on there. You can't keep adding and adding people, because cars come with people and cars come with students. You can look at the license plates that come into this town. As an active member in the neighborhood, I worked with the neighborhoods surrounding KU as the Gateway Project and the stadium construction evolved. And I met there is one resident owner on Mississippi between 9th and 11th. And I bet nobody knew that in those 2 blocks there is only one resident owner. That is how much it is overtaken by rentals. That is what is encroaching everywhere else. So I think we got to stop and think about, where is that going if that's what's coming towards 9th? That's what's going out onto everybody. In closing, what are we willing to sacrifice for more infill? And when are we smart enough to stop and say that doesn't fit in this location because of X, Y, and Z? And that's what we got to do, is stop.
Hi, hello. My name is Cassandra Barrett. I was born and raised in Old West Lawrence, and after I finished my PhD, I wanted to come back to Lawrence, and I'm a renter now at 1414 Connecticut. I want to speak on 4 points that I'm in support of: eliminating parking minimums, allowing for adaptive reuse, the benefits of density, and properly defining affordability. So first of all, I did my graduate work and my studies in Minneapolis. My family is from the Netherlands, a place that I think probably some people have been considering escaping to over the past week or so. And those places are defined by the fact that they do not have parking minimums, that there is adaptive reuse, and a lot of density. And I think those are actually some of the things about those places that many people find to be a major benefit. We really shouldn't shoot ourselves in the foot with this code as far as parking minimums go, and give ourselves room to grow in greener directions. As far as the benefits of density are concerned, you've been hearing from a lot of homeowners today. I am very familiar with the parking situation in Old West Lawrence and what it is like on game days. But I want to say that, renters and students are not the same thing. If there are issues that we are having with students, really, it is on KU. The onus is on them to provide safe, affordable, and adequate on-campus housing. People who rent in this community are the majority of people here. We are young professionals. We are artists. We're the people that make this community a place that you want your house to be. And it's important for us to have space for more than a certain amount of unrelated individuals renting. Some of us who are going to be here in the future want more sustainable communities like those that we find in cooperatives. A lot of us are living in queer families that defy traditional structures, right, of family. Marriage is not accessible to all disabled people, for example, as well. Disabled and queer people have less income. We tend to be renters more so than homeowners, so this is also a justice issue. Ultimately, I think it's also important that we actually define affordability as affordable in this code, that it should be 30% of 80% AMI or below. The tenant experience survey that was recently put out shows us that nearly half of renters in this town are already rent burdened. If we're going to focus on affordable housing, it genuinely needs to be that. And I will say, similarly to Vince, there are some older folks in the audience today that I really respect, and I hope that my comments have sort of shifted their mind and have shifted yours as well. Thank you.
My name is Mike Delaney. I'm the president of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. I live in the Oriad neighborhood, surrounded by students, so I'm not here to complain about my neighbors. I actually want to speak tonight just briefly on behalf of the letter that you were provided by the HRC after their last meeting. The chair of the HRC wrote a letter making a couple of points. One, asking for the moratorium on teardowns of 50-year-old structures in the areas that are subject to historic surveys over the next year or so. And we very much second that recommendation. We had urged the HRC to take that position, and we were glad they did. The second thing is, and there isn't anyone from the HRC here tonight to speak to this, but they designated a committee of their members to look into the issue that we raised, that is the fact that the current draft of the land use code takes no account at all of the commitments in Plan 2040 to protect historic structures that are not yet on a historic register but may be eligible by ensuring that they're around to be surveyed and whatnot. And that committee is looking into the question of how other communities have managed to balance their interest in preserving historic neighborhoods and historic structures with their interest in increasing density in the kind of neighborhoods where those grow. But when you heard the comments about which neighborhoods are most likely to be affected by this, it confirms what we've thought all along. It's the areas that have the most historic, the most older housing in the community that will be the most quickly and most adversely affected by the incentives to scrape and build large multi-unit housing. So we urge you to impose the moratorium that the HRC has requested, and then we urge you to take seriously the recommendations that they intend to make over the next few months about how they believe the community can plan to protect its historic building stock while at the same time trying to increase density in these neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Angela Dreiling, and I am a recent college graduate. And I would also like to offer my perspective as a renter, but as a renter who is opposed to this code. If we look at the economic analysis that was provided earlier this night, we can think about what will happen to rental properties for young professionals, and that we won't be able to afford them. And I, as a young professional, would like to be able to afford a rental, and in the near future, I would like to be able to afford a single-family home. And most importantly, I would like to live in a neighborhood with neighbors who build the heart of Lawrence. So I urge you tonight to pause the code and listen to your community. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Tom Harper. I'm a resident of Lawrence, and I've been a realtor for many years. And I was thinking about the term single family. That has meant something for many, many years for people. And I was pondering on, what does that mean? And I think instinctively, we all know what it means. It means, a peaceful place to live, with appropriate density. It differs from multifamily. It differs from commercial, where density and traffic, noise is expected. Many of us have worked hard to advocate to implement the ordinance of having 3 unrelated people live in a single-family home. And I can say with personal experience that was with students and partying, not your typical tenant who is an adult and reasonable. Many of us have advocated for rental registration, and I think that has made our community a better place. These ordinances have helped create a quality of life that we all love and cherish. And I think what you see tonight is people feel threatened. I'm concerned that the new zoning will remove the guardrails that are currently in place and that we've appreciated, and will harm the core neighborhoods that don't have restrictions and covenants that prevent having a house built behind a house. A lot of neighborhoods, this is a non-issue for them because of restrictions and covenants. But these other neighborhoods are really very vulnerable to this change. So I ask that you send it back to the Planning Commission if that's what an option that is acceptable to you. And I also think it's important for all of us, and I'm guilty with this comment, I have not been following this the way I should. And if it goes back to the Planning Commission, I hope that everybody who has spoken, who is here, participates. So when it comes back to you, it's something we can all live with. Thank you.
Hey guys. Mandy Enfield. If we weren't heard for the last year, why would we trust that we will be heard in 6 months or in 12 months? The term public participation in government means any process that involves members of the public in government decision-making. The term community engagement is a more specific concept within public participation that actually involves much more. So let's lower the bar from community engagement and just hope that this process met the lowest level of public participation. For time, I'll just cover 2 of the 7 values that I have here. I think you guys are familiar with the International Association for Public Participation and may have attended their workshops. Their first one is public participation is based on the belief that those who are affected by a decision have a right to be involved in the decision-making process. They also say that public participation includes the promise that the public's contribution will influence the decision. And those, I'm only going to do those 2 for time. There's 7 though. Where would only having access to participation through the 3-minute public comment process fall on this list? Where do unanswered emails and a stated practice of refusing to share information outside of one-on-one meetings or core requests fall on this list? On the spectrum of public participation, access to information is the lowest bar. Many who have spoken tonight spent months just seeking information. They spent months trying to get data and evidence to address their concerns. In my worst case scenarios, are they necessary? If my worst case scenarios are the necessary reality to produce truly affordable housing, then show me how, and I'll publicly apologize at the next City Commission meeting. If turning my neighborhood into Oriad will generate the property tax revenue at a level that is worth the sacrifice, show me how, and I will publicly apologize at the next Commission meeting. Steering Committee member Phil Engelhardt, who wholly supports sensible density, wrote a 10-page paper in January with sources and data stating that the code isn't going to accomplish these goals as written. It will only do what we fear: serve developers and erode neighborhoods and affordable housing. Until neighborhood questions are answered and the lowest bar of public participation is met, passing this code is taking a ready, fire, aim approach. Please send it back to City Commission. Or Planning Commission, and I could have done more on my list of 7, so I've never come in early. Good. But thank you guys.
Hi, I'm Dustin Stumbling Bear. I'm an affordable housing advocate in this community for many years, and the Pinckney resident. I'm a volunteer, disabled veteran, and I have the luxury of being able to have my entire day to sit and read things like a 1,500-page document. Majority of those people do not. Majority of those people don't have the ability to go to a lot of public engagement meetings that are put on by Clarion. I did. And I recognize what a unique opportunity I had for that. But with that, we haven't given that to the rest of this community. They do feel fearful. They do feel attacked right now, and it is your job to assuage those fears. That's what you accepted as when you ran for that office. And I know you try and do your best, and you're in a real difficult position tonight because I think to just a couple weeks ago where a pool issue regarding our public pool comes up, I'm one of those participants, again, beforehand in the survey given out by the city, and I feel confident, but because a bunch of people show up at the last minute, you all waffle on a proposal from the public. Well, here we go again. I've participated. There's a lot in this public land development code that I have contributed to that I feel confident in. I'd love for it to pass. Yet, you are now faced with a public that says stop. So what are you going to do? Now, on this hand, I actually want you to pause. Yet, I don't want you to pause because then that only reinforces we can show up at the last minute and you're going to waffle, that you're not going to follow through. Not to be rude, but that you don't have a spine. And that's not who you really are. You need to plan these processes out more. We've had people show up. They want you to send this back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission themselves have said, what are we supposed to do with this? What can we do with this? What is our input? They don't even know what they're supposed to do in this process. So we have community members unsure of what to do. We have a planning commission absolutely unsure of what their role is in all this. I think it's kind of an obvious thing that you should stop right here, pause, and reconfigure how we're going at it, because not everyone is on board. Your planning commission is on board. Your community has no clue where this is supposed to go, whether the steering committee, the planning commission. You might want to have a conversation about that. Thank you.
I'm Barry Shalinsky. I live on Connecticut Street. In 1980, I was 26, fresh out of law school, took my first job after passing the bar exam, working as a VISTA volunteer for the Neighborhood Association in East Lawrence. One of my first assignments was to talk to neighbors on the block where I now live about changing the zoning from industrial to residential. We understood then, and we understood now, that appropriate zoning is the key to preserving neighborhoods and maintaining quality of life. One neighbor I visited with told me she was selling her house. Suffice it to say, I bought it, and that was the beginning of a love story that has lasted for 44 years. During that time, I've served 7 years as association president, 1/10 of my life, and done other volunteer things. Our neighborhood has gone from one where you could hardly give away a lot to being one of the most sought-after places to live in Lawrence. Despite the NIMBY moniker that many are quick to apply to us, we were the first and one of the only neighborhoods to welcome affordable, scattered site, single-family and duplexes built by the Housing Authority and tenants to homeowners. We've worked proactively with several developers of large projects to make sure that their projects would be an enhancement. The appropriateness of any project impacting the built environment of an existing historic neighborhood must be site-specific. I've spent considerable times in meetings over the last 2 years expressing concerns that these code amendments would undermine everything we have accomplished over the 40 years by adopting a one-size-fits-all code. And for what? Certainly not for true affordability. Throughout this process, I have felt more patronized than listened to by the out-of-town consultants. Everyone close to this process admits that there are holes in the draft and it is not ready for prime time. Listen to your former planning director, Linda Finger. You do not have to approve this tonight.
Patrick Ross, 66049. I did a little experiment with this one. It's called Live Land Development Code. Chicken coop sits adjacent to closing schools. Developers fill bags with money. University place in a college town. Blunt axes. Subsidies for making a buck. What do municipal services think? 7-Elevens in the backyard. 110% fair market rent. Loophole for developers. Incomplete document. Pigeon dresses with blue flowers. Western Hills and Baldwin developers. Same situation as 2004. This is not reasonable change. Developer greed. Personal profits trump neighborhood good. I would like to continue being a townie and not be priced out. I'm a 51-year-old townie. My primary concern is affordable housing. Student housing parties. flooding and impervious land. All the words and numbers, 1637 Indiana, beautiful veggie garden, please take a pause. Lawrence Home Builders Association, density is primary concern. Burgers and builders will go to other communities. I was pleased to see my house was just featured. Code for all, $285 per foot. My neighbor has chickens behind the alley. Chickens, flowers, and neighbors. Assured to never have to address again. Developer greed, another pesky Western Hills neighbor. How many read the whole code? Neighborhood-specific code. I have control? Not exactly. Market for tomatoes. An assessment with which I strongly agree. Improved, one might say, sane. User-friendly only for developers. Traditional consultant words, Netflix binges. Roseanne, Roseanne. Very authoritative period in American history. Wealthy developers, irreversible harm. Plan 2040 core neighborhoods, jewel of our town. They're only here for their own benefit. Douglas County EDC, never be perfect. Boo. Old West, strongly opposed. Only difference is zoning. We've met. Manageable sections for the public. Special to Lawrence, Kansas. Set out standards for sustainability. Getting it right outweighs doing it fast. Rooftop solar ignored. Executive decisions, much obliged. Sitting listening to the room, ditto. How big does Lawrence need to be? Human beings are people of place. Pause your decision. Pause hurts nothing. I always bring up the Golden Girls. End parking mandates. Fertility drug for cars. Licensing adjustment. New Boston development. Stereotypes are not accurate. Only got 3 minutes. Attainable housing. 27 seconds, I won't get to 5. Either a bank or apartment complex. Adaptive reuse. More sustainable communities. Also a justice issue. Lawrence Preservation Alliance. No account for 2040. Rental properties for young professionals. Single family. An adult and reasonable. Weren't heard for the last year. Right to be involved.
Patrick, that's time.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional comment here in the room?
My name is Shirley Bronlick. I live in North Lawrence. It's not where I wanted to be, but I love it now. I wanted to be in East Lawrence. That's where I had been for 25 years. But a relationship changed, and I had to find a new place to live. It was hard to find a place to live. I didn't want to rent. I didn't want to benefit somebody else's pockets. I wanted to build some equity. It was so hard to find a place that I could afford in my budget, but I did it, and now I have a debt that I didn't have before that relationship changed, but I'm going to make it. But people that are looking for affordable housing might be better off with tenants to homeowners and smart thinking instead of increasing density and benefiting developers. And I came here tonight not to talk about neighborhoods, even though so many valid community comments have been shared, and I support a lot of what has been said tonight. But the reason that I came tonight was because I don't want the new Boston crossing to happen. Because when I go out to the Wakarusa wetlands, to that river valley, I feel uplifted. And I think we all might need more uplifting right now. We've endured a very difficult election season, and I hope that we can carry forward as a community that supports each other. And I don't want to see the development happen on the river valley at the Wakarusa River. I also have a lot of concerns about the floodplain with the solar plan north of town. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jean Ann Pike. I've lived on Connecticut Street for over 25 years now. Started out as a rental and was lucky enough that the man that owned it sold it to us. And now I'm fearful my neighborhood's going to be changing radically. This is an incredible neighborhood. I am so impressed tonight with all the people from all the neighborhoods that showed up to speak. And I'm impressed with you folks for sitting through this as well as you have. Please pay attention to what people are saying. We're all really frightened. We think more time needs to be put into this, and I hope you do. Thank you.
All right. I'm waiting a little bit. I'm going to call it and move on to Zoom. Okay. I'm going to move on to Zoom. Anybody else? Okay. Sherry, Zoom.
Rob Richardson.
Good evening, Commissioners. I work with the Lawrence EDC trying to maximize what the Lawrence and Douglas County communities can benefit from the new Panasonic plant. Sorry about that. Just a few comments tonight. And I'll begin with Lawrence is a cool place, and there is demand for housing in Lawrence, and that is not going to change no matter how many houses you build. There is demand to live in cool places, and Lawrence is cool. You will never be more affordable than you are today unless there's some kind of national or international market correction. There might be a little dip here or there, but it's not going to become significantly more affordable than it is today without some major, really a crisis somewhere in the country or the world. So building new housing in Lawrence is critically important. There is a housing crisis, and you need to build more housing. That will likely come through density and other construction. But without this new code, people are not building in Lawrence. They're not building now, and without the benefit of this new code, they are likely not going to build in the future. There have been significant public comment opportunities through the steering committee and the planning commission, and the neighborhoods were represented very significantly on the steering committee meetings. I've attended several of those, and their voices, the people representing the neighborhoods, were very active in those meetings. There's a planned amendment process for this code, which will allow it to come before you again in the future to fix issues that come up in a quick fashion and not let them go on for 2 or 5 years. That's important. We need more housing in Lawrence. And I do want to correct one thing that was said tonight. I don't know where somebody came up with $285 a foot for construction. I looked at a pro forma I'm working on for a project for myself in another community, and it's $185 a foot for what I think is attainable housing on my pro forma for the house cost itself. So please check the facts that are being given to you and adopt this code tonight. We do have the opportunity to amend it in the future. And I think I'll just end tonight by saying thank you to the steering committee and the planning commission, the city commission, for all the hard work you've put into this. I've read the code a couple of times, maybe more than that. And I know they've read it much more than I have. And that's a lot of work. And I just want to say thank you to them on behalf of the EDC. Thank you all.
I would ask again, please keep the talking to a minimum when other people are talking. Appreciate it.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Commission, Mayor. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I am a renter in the University Place neighborhood, and I am very blessed to have what is considered affordable housing where I'm not rent burdened. But I know all too many people suffer from being rent burdened in this city. I'm not sure what's going to solve that. But I've heard a lot of folks tonight, and I appreciate those that say we need more time, and I've said that in the previous meeting. if we were to adopt this code, then I would like to see a very transparent, quick, public process for adopting changes to the code and exceptions. Excuse me. I'm not in favor of having parking minimums per se, or maximums. I think that developers are gonna put the parking spaces that their customers need. And yeah, I wish for transparency in the process going forward in this code development. Thank you, and I appreciate all the work that's done. Thank you, thank you.
Julie Jones?
I'm sorry, did you call Julie Jones? It was spinning.
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm sorry. Julie Jones, 66047. I sent you a nice little lengthy letter about what my neighborhood looks like with all the duplexes on the street and people with their cars and their work vehicles. And then on the weekends, they have their parties and they'll just take your driveway. And then you have to call the police, get them out there, get them to move their vehicles. And it's kind of been a regular occurrence thing. And then I got to thinking about this and I thought, what about the sewer and electric? Could our sewer handle two houses on the same lot? Could our electrical system handle two houses on the same lot? What would that look like, since Mr. Owens has indicated that our system is old and needs to be replaced? So that's another thought I'd like to add on to what I already commented about the parking. I don't know if the planning committees actually drove around and looked at various areas where it's very congested already. And I know that property owners that are totally into rentals would jump on the opportunity to throw another unit on their property and would tell you it's not their problem that they're taking over your parking in your driveway or what have you. So I think we're just heading down a train wreck for a big mess, and that there needs to be more guidelines and more, what do I want to say, rules, I can't think of another word, in place before this is allowed to happen, because otherwise it's going to be a mess. And it's just going to drive more and more of us out of town that thought we were going to retire here, because like I said, my street has turned into a nightmare, and it was beautiful 10 years ago when I moved here. That's all I got. Thank you.
Melinda Ball?
Hello. I would also like to ask you to please pump the brakes on adopting this land development code. It really would be prudent to wait. I would to get more involvement and to actually take a look at particularly one aspect of the code which is concerning to me and has been mentioned a couple times tonight, around the increased administrative approvals that clearly favor development and actually dissuade, if not eliminate, public engagement and public voice. And the irony behind all of that is when we have a natural disaster, flooding particularly, or other natural disasters, or other costly events, that the city relies on taxpayers to pick up the bill. And taxpayers ought to have a voice and to be listened to when it comes to development. So eliminating their involvement and voice by fast tracking approvals is disturbing in a lot of ways, and quite unfair as well. It leans to less of a democratic involvement, and rather giving favor to certain developers that have that sway. And lastly, I wanted to add in that, there are projects being developed currently, and actually a study put out by KU this year, not too long ago, just a few months ago, stated, which KU is a research institution. They did a study that stated adding housing doesn't necessarily equate to more affordable or lowering the cost of housing. There's other factors involved. You can't just build housing and expect that those costs will lower. So that's another factor, I think, that ought to be considered. So please press pause. Don't rush this. Thank you.
Kyle Johnson.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Kyle Johnson, Vice President of the Old West Lawrence Association and a founder of Douglas County Core, a local nonprofit focused on homegrown, entrepreneur-led economic development. As you know, we're a partner with the city. So I'm looking at these changes from 2 points of view. One, a resident, and two, our community's economic development needs. We lack affordable housing in Lawrence, and clearly we need to make changes to develop new options. However, the change from 3 to 5 unrelated adults per household will make the problem worse. Since KU has record enrollment and not enough housing for new students, this change to the development code will lead investors to buy up single-family households, rent those houses to students, and leave fewer houses available for long-term residents. If you can't afford to live here, it will become harder and harder to justify building a business here. And as potential employees are pushed out of Lawrence because they can't find housing, it will become harder and harder to hire. This will hurt small businesses and our economy. We need more affordable housing, but this plan will achieve the opposite. I urge you to hit pause on these amendments to the code and ask for the consideration of other options. Thanks.
Hillary Carter.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Hillary Carter. I live in the Centennial neighborhood. It's good to see each of you tonight. Thank you to the Steering Committee and the Planning Commission for all the work you've done and put into this code. I know it's been a heavy lift. Some of you know or may know that I work for an affordable housing finance and development consulting firm that advises public agencies on how to meet their affordable housing goals. I enthusiastically support upzoning all across the city. Lawrence needs more homes and different types of housing. Housing prices are tied to supply, demand, and extrinsic market forces. Local government cannot control private market prices, but you can allow more housing to be built here. Most importantly, instead of annexing more land and inducing sprawl, we need infill development to help shape more walkable, bikeable, and accessible neighborhoods. And I always say, while people love to villainize developers, if you live in a house, a developer built it. The type of house that is built was and is responsive to what the Land Development Code permits. However, I encourage you to remove the parking mandates, both parking minimums and parking maximum requirements from the code. Parking mandates drive up the cost of construction, but more importantly, they take space away from housing people. I can't tell you how many affordable housing site plans I've worked on with architects that must first factor how much parking is required on site before we even draw up the building itself. This is counterproductive to the primary and singular goal at hand. Let's house people, not cars. Secondly, planners aren't experts in different types of land uses, and the code shouldn't dictate how much parking should be built based on those uses. For example, the new code requires that one parking space be built for each assisted living unit, plus additional parking spots for staff. I don't work in assisted living, but my grandfather lives at an assisted living facility. I don't know any residents there who drive or own cars. The point is, though, builders will always right-size their parking based on the market demands and the industry that they work in. I would encourage you to adopt the code, but remove the parking requirements. Let's put people over parking for the future of Lawrence. And as always, I look forward to collaboratively working with each of you planning for Lawrence's present and future growth. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to us. Do you need a? Okay, 10-minute recess. I think we've heard a lot of public comment, and I think everybody could use it. So, starting now. Okay, we're back, and it's back to the commission for questions and comments.
I'd like to, can I go, Mayor?
Yep.
I just would like to get clarification on a couple of things that were brought up by a couple of the commenters. One was regarding whether or not MSO, the fire department, and other departments were part of the steering committee process, or were looking at the impact to our utilities and stormwater, sewers, just drinking water, and the ability to fight fires. Were they part of the process?
Yes, we did involve all the city departments as a part of the process. So fire, MSO, all the utilities that we could talk to on that part. So they were part of the process, and they helped us craft and go through the code as part of the reviewing.
Okay, thank you. And then there was one other about density, the R2 density, where there was a minimum dwelling units per acre, 2 or 4 and 6. Could you talk to me about that a little bit? Kind of explain to me what that is? Because somebody had asked whether or not that could be removed. Any minimums, dwelling units per acre?
You want to take it? Go ahead. Thank you. So there are, in the R2 through R5 districts, they each have a minimum density level, so number of units per acre, which actually gets measured out. You don't do it that way. You like take the lot size and go up to figure out what you need to do on that lot. The math works in the other direction, but the goal of adding that to the land development code was to set a floor on development so that the city didn't get the continued pattern of, well, I'm zoned R2, but I'm actually going to do a 20 or 30,000 square foot lot with 1 unit on it here. So in terms of maximizing the public investment in infrastructure and changing development patterns, those numbers were put together in alignment with Plan 2040, which does have density ranges in it. The individual districts each implement a part of the density ranges that are in Plan 2040.
Okay, so do I understand that for the R2, which is equivalent to the RS 5 and 7 in current code, that the minimum number of dwelling units you can have is 4, or you should have is 4?
You should have 4 if you have an acre. Most people aren't going to have an acre.
Okay, per acre, okay.
So that's where it sounds like more that it ends up being the minimum lot size for a single family detached in that R2 is 5,000 square feet.
Right.
So the density sounds like it's going to immediately pop up the number of units in the city, but actually given the existing lot sizes and the way development would work, particularly in infill or redevelopment, I think when I did the math on that, you needed just a little over 11,000 square feet to require 2 units. So it is, it's a little broader than everyone's going to have 4 units. It matters what lot size you start with and what you can do on that lot.
Okay, so if you have like an RS 5, according to our current code, that's 5,000 square feet. So they wouldn't have to have 4 dwelling units.
You wouldn't have to have 4. So if you have an acre, you'd have to have 4. You can do 1 unit on 5,000 square feet in the R2, which was the RS5. You can also do 2 now. You can do a duplex where you could have done a single family.
Okay.
But you're not going to be required to hit 4 units on a 5,000 square foot lot.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let others ask questions.
I don't have any questions. I have a lot I can say, but.
Any others have questions? Because I got a few more.
Yeah, I just probably had and it was regarding something that was mentioned earlier, regarding the University Place moratoria and also it was the golf course. With the University Place one, were the NAACP sites included with that? Was it just going to be like the survey sites from HRC? Because I think it was both the University Place and the NAACP sites. I just want a little bit clarification.
Yes, that was what was included in the letter from HRC, was for University Place neighborhood and NAACP founder sites.
Okay.
About 30 structures it notes.
Okay. All right. And with those, I think what those conversations is, what I'm gathering is those will be occurring here within the first one, the HRC within, well, that's something that's outside of this, right? That, we'd have to have a separate discussion for, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But on the future agenda, they're both set for next week.
Okay.
If we can get to them. I think they're on the future agenda for next week.
Thanks.
I've got a few more questions. Is that okay?
All right. Yeah.
So we talked a lot about parking and related to housing. What about the commercial side? So we're only requiring one parking unit one parking space per unit. How about the commercial side? Is that any of the parking's changing that? Requirements changing that?
Yep. So in the commercial side, you see a switch from required parking into parking maximums as part of that table. So the steering committee and the planning commission both had conversations about not having a minimum required parking for commercial uses. There is a differential as commercial abuts residential. There are some parking elements that come into effect as you start kind of going into that transitional space. But for a commercial space, typically you would have a parking maximum, not a parking minimum like we see in the current code.
So they are impacted then. Okay. Another question I have, when I watched the Planning Commission's last meeting, there was a conversation about lot consolidation and where it's applicable to, I think, R2 and R3, I think it is, but there was concern as to why it doesn't apply across the board. If you could explain lot consolidation a little bit, and then.
So the way the code is drafted right now is lots that are zoned R2, there's a limit as to how many can be combined. The goal of that was to prohibit somebody from purchasing 3 or 4 lots and then combining them and putting a larger structure in order to keep the scale of the neighborhood closer to where it is now. So in R2, you are allowed to consolidate 2 lots to a maximum of 14,000 square feet. So if you go back to where you were a minute ago, the R7 right now is 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. So that's where the 14 comes from, 2 of those larger lots. If you are in the original town site, your size limit goes down to 11,700 because those lots are typically smaller. So a property owner could buy and combine 2 lots, but not 3 lots. And that limits the density that you're required to do and the density that you're allowed to do. For the R3 district, it's slightly smaller because those lot sizes are smaller. So the maximum consolidation in R3 is 6,000 square feet. And unless you're in the original town site area, that's still 11,700. So that was, again, like I said, attempting to get at that someone, just purchasing a block and putting it all together into apartments. Also in the R2, apartments aren't allowed. So it would be duplex or attached homes, row homes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks. The The occupancy of raising it to 5 unrelated per household, how is the current, where we're at right now, 3 or, I think it's 3 or 4, how is that enforced?
Code compliance works on a complaint-driven basis. So if somebody calls in with a complaint, code compliance team, the rental team will go out and take a look and see as part of that process. And just when you go into those, they can be time-consuming. It takes a while to establish who's living there or what's going on. So it is a complaint-driven process, currently just based upon the staffing levels that we have.
Okay, so it's reactive, essentially. Okay. So I wonder, I mean, how well are we going to be able to enforce it if we raise that, if we can't even do really good enforcement now? Is that going to be an issue?
It's hard to tell, but I mean, we already get complaints currently, and we react to them as best as we can with the staffing that we have, and we would continue to keep doing that with the levels that we have.
Have you had success in enforcing the occupancy rule? Have you had some successes?
We have, yes.
Okay. All right, thanks. I have kind of an off-the-wall, the sidewalks. When I was reading through the slides here, I noticed about sidewalks. You could get a deferment or I should say a waiver of needing to have a sidewalk if you have property, lot that is 1 acre or larger. Is that correct? Am I correct on that? How did that come about? Is that something we've had before, that you don't have to have a sidewalk if you get a certain size of lot?
No, it was really through conversations with MSO and understanding about how sidewalk programs and the GAP programs have actually been working. So 1 acre lot would be a pretty lengthy piece of a block face typically. And so just as you get into those, that could be a very costly expense in some instances. And if there's not a lot of sidewalks around that 1 acre, or we don't anticipate it, it was a way of kind of mediating where those are required to go through at. So it was kind of a conversation about, the size of a lot, but also the proximity of where it is related to other sidewalks and where we expect infrastructure like that to extend.
Okay. Because I own a over 1 acre lot in the neighborhood, Barker neighborhood, and it's deep. So the frontage is not that wide. It's like any typical house, residential house. So I don't understand why you would not be required to have a sidewalk there if you were building. It just kind of surprises me, because you say it can be costly. Sure, it can be. But when you've got these deep lots like we do in some parts of our neighborhoods, why would that be allowed potentially not have a sidewalk?
Usually deep ones are a little bit less frequently what you see is the wider lots. So if you think about North Lawrence or some of those, they tend to be a little bit more linear and along the street face for that. But there are some, like you noted, that are deeper than they are wide in that respect. But that was kind of that grounding point for the conversation.
Okay.
But the 150 foot would trump that. So if you, as I understood it, if you're within 150 foot of
other.
It doesn't matter how big you are, that
would
trigger. That triggers it.
Okay. So you could still be required to have a sidewalk.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. If you could create gaps, it seems to me,
Yeah.
if you had that requirement.
Yeah, I mean, the planning commission put this in, but as I understood it, that what they wanted is the reverse of that. I mean, they didn't want a sidewalk that just sits there. We spin the sidewalk that just, spans one lot, and there's no sidewalk anywhere close to it. But because someone wanted to build an ADU, they all of a sudden had to put a long sidewalk in front of the house at the same time they're building their ADU to get their grandma in there. That, we want to say, hey, you don't have to build a sidewalk if there's not other things around you. That's what the planning commission did.
Okay, thanks. So there's been some talk tonight about administrative approval, and I've gotten a lot of feedback about administrative approval, that it's going to be more projects will go towards administrative approval than has previously. Could you give me some examples of what would be required to go through a different process than administrative approval now versus the new code, where it would just go to administrative approval?
Most of what you go through administrative approval for right now is either the administrative permitting process, so, accessory dwelling units, home occupations, floodplain permits, those run through administrative permitting process. Really the big one is site plans that run through the administrative process. So those are come through. As long as they meet the code requirements, staff approves the site plans and they go through. So those are kind of what you see in both current code and continuing into the new code as part of that. So the difference really gets into, the current code does not have a lot of leeway for lots that are, might have a bit of a different condition on them. It really expects lots to be very similar in the way that they're laid out, have very similar site conditions, and in reality, you don't typically have that. There may be a lot that has a extraordinary easement, or has a drainage way, or has some kind of other quirk about it that you may not have to do. And under the current code, you go to the Board of Zoning Appeals to have to get that variance to allow something that may have to just shift by a foot over. And so that's a 30-day process that goes before the board for that consideration. The draft code currently has an administrative process and waivers in there that may allow us to just move it by a foot because of that quirk that's there. And so that's kind of that administrative waiver process that can get tied to some of those reviews. And so there's some guardrails around it, and there's that 20% is typically the number that you see in the code related to that. So if there's, you can vary at 20% of X number of feet. And so that gives us a little bit of ability to kind of maybe help kind of compensate for the quirk. So we don't want to have somebody building that close to an easement or a drainage way. Might allow a difference in setback to kind of help us make that work. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, it gets there, that's for sure. So with administrative approval, projects that go through that, neighbors can't appeal that. Is that correct?
Site plans you can, yes.
You can, on a
yes.
site plan.
And so anything that's determined by an administrative process can be appealed to the Board of Zoning Appeals too. So site plans do go before you for consideration for that process. But if an administrative determination is made and someone has standing, they could appeal it to the Board of Zoning Appeals if it goes through the error process.
Okay, got it. I just have a couple more questions, and these, one of them has to do with HOAs, because what I've been hearing and a little bit that I've read, that if you have an HOA, if a neighborhood has a HOA, that there's some of the code won't apply to them. Is that my understanding?
The code would apply, but there may be a covenant or restriction in place by the HOA that would prevent someone from doing something else. So zoning carries through the process there, and if the zoning allows for you to do an example would be like an accessory dwelling unit. If the code permits you to have an accessory dwelling unit, it permits you to have that unit. However, if there's a restriction or covenant in place or a homeowners association in place that prevents that from occurring, then you would be bound by that contract between the two private parties about not being able to do that. So it's not something the code would necessarily say you couldn't do. It would just be, there would be another agreement that would prohibit you from doing that.
So do we see a lot of HOAs east of Iowa versus west of Iowa, or east versus west?
Typically, you see them more west of Iowa. There's a couple I can think of that do kind of move to the east, but they're more frequently to the west. It's more of a function that you saw in the 60s, 70s, and going forward. So it tends to be more on the west side of Iowa, and just the way that Lawrence has developed.
So it seems that kind of gives them, those who have HOAs, sort of a one-up, being able to have more control over what goes into their neighborhood, which I understand that's the purpose of an HOA. I appreciate that. But when you balance it between the different parts of our community, it seems like there's some, to me, there seems like there's equity issues. But I also realize that HOAs are state-driven, is that right? They're straight state?
Yeah, there's nothing in the land development code that covers HOAs and those processes. Those are governed by state statutes and other processes that are in place on that.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I just thought that was odd, that, or unfortunate, I guess, when you got parts of town that have a lot and others don't. So the last one I have is again about process. A couple of them about process. One thing I've listened when I listened to the Planning Commission, and I believe somebody got up and talked about it tonight, was that part of the process that during this last Planning Commission meeting, the latest red line code was released 2 days before the final vote of the Planning Commission, but it was released after the deadline for anybody to make a public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how can we proceed with the process if the process was not followed correctly? I mean, how should let me see if I can rephrase this, and I apologize. For those who wanted to make those comments, they didn't get an opportunity to do that. So to me, the process was broken at that point. So how can you proceed with the vote to the Planning Commission when that process wasn't followed?
Yeah, the red line that we put up was so that we could show the Planning Commission the changes that they had been discussing. So it was all reflective of the conversations that they had been having. We were trying to package it in a way so that everybody could see what their discussion was and see what that language change would look like. Because as you go through the meetings, it's kind of hard sometimes to follow that along. So that was our way of trying to show that so we could show what had changed and what that language actually looked like so that the public and the Planning Commission could follow along as part of that process.
But the public wasn't given an opportunity to make comments on that. They had to have their comments in by like 10 o'clock in the morning that day, and it didn't come out till 5 or 6 at night, the red line. So again, it seems like that process was broken at that point. So how come we proceeded with sending it on to the Planning Commission when the process hadn't been followed?
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, the process was to release the red line document, but the public had to comment on it by 10 o'clock in the morning, I think. But it wasn't released till 6 o'clock that night, so they couldn't make the comments on it, send in any comments on it. So that process was not followed. But yet we still sent it on to the Planning Commission for a vote. So
yes,
we didn't follow the process, I guess, what it boils down to.
The vote that the Planning Commission took was on the July 24th, the July 24th version. That's what they voted on. They voted to amend that.
This was just the last Planning Commission meeting.
No, the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission had what had been on was the Planning Commission had that vote, and then they had to amend the July 24th, and they made the amendments. That's what all those red lines were the amendments. So what the Planning Commission had done over the 8 weeks before had taken individual votes. And so what was released was a summary for the Planning Commission's consideration of things they took informal votes on, but the official document that was being voted on was the July 24th document. And that's what was noticed up, and that's what was voted on. They voted to amend it. Mm-hmm. Just like tonight, if what we're voting on is what the Planning Commission passed, that's what we're voting on, is what the Planning Commission passed.
In their October meeting.
Yeah, but tonight we saw a couple red lines of things that are suggested. Mm-hmm. If we want to adopt any of those, we have to amend what we're voting on, but what we're voting on is what the Planning Commission passed, and that's what the Planning Commission did. They had a July one that they were voting on, and they amended it, and then they ended up amending it, but that's why they made all those amendments and then took a final vote on those amendments.
So that was the plan that they voted on it in October 23rd or something like that?
Yeah.
And that was the July plan that they were voting on?
Then they made amendments to it.
Okay. So why was the document released late? So that on Monday, the Monday before, the document wasn't released till I think almost 6 o'clock at night, but that didn't allow folks to make comments on it by 10 o'clock in the morning on Monday.
Well, because what they were commenting on was the July one. That's what they were supposed to be commenting on, the July one.
Okay, but the public didn't have an opportunity to do that. Because it was late. The document was submitted late. Is that not true?
What they were commenting on, so I guess what you're saying is I mean, how do I want to say that? The document they were commenting on was the July 24th one.
Okay.
Yes, there was something released. Just like today, there was something released that had something different. If we're going to vote on that, we have the right to vote on that.
Okay. I would like to, Marcy, I would appreciate it if you let Marcy talk about that, because she's the one who brought it up. Marcy?
Thank you again, Marcy Francisco. I appreciate this question. The comment, the July document stayed on the website through this process. But the Planning Commission, and we could hear from the consultant, was voting on a document that had been amended with the suggestions from the Planning Commission up to that point. So those of us who commented didn't have a chance to see which of our comments were included and which were not before that Planning Commission meeting. So it was not the July document. It was an amended document that included the proposed changes, and then there were additional proposals at that meeting.
Okay, got it.
That's my understanding.
Okay, is that, yes, Elizabeth?
Okay, so what we were trying to accomplish with the draft on the 21st, there was a document in the Planning Commission's agenda that summarized the changes that they had been talking about and that steering committee had been talking about. And we were putting that document, which had been in the agenda, in context. It was not intended as a replacement to the July version. It was intended to say these are the ongoing discussions. All of that information had been available earlier with their agenda.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's good. Thank you. I appreciate the leeway. Thank you, Mayor. I got one last question or comment or concern, and that the process, I saw peppered throughout the documents, through the slides and the Planning Commission slides, that the steering committee did all these approvals throughout the process. In fact, one statement was the steering committee supports everything recommended by the Planning Commission. Well, I've been told, and I just want to clarify if this is true, is the steering committee never voted once on any item in the code, nor did it ever vote to release the code to send it on to the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so the role of the steering committee, as established at the very beginning, was not to vote on the document or to line edit the document. And so that was something that we all talked about as it got set up. The way the conversation...
Can I just interrupt? Yeah. Sorry. So the onset, it was agreed by who that that's how you would proceed, that you wouldn't vote, the steering committee wouldn't vote. Who agreed upon that? Who set that up?
The steering committee.
So they voted on saying, did they vote on that? Saying they weren't going to vote on?
No, so I don't think that their role was to vote. We were trying to, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Well, they didn't take any votes, but I keep seeing they approved this, they approved that, they supported this. And now you're saying the steering committee set up these rules of not voting. But how did they do that if they didn't vote to say this is how we're going to do it?
Yeah, so the consultant team recommended it from the beginning because it was an advisory body.
So it was the consultants who recommended not voting. Is that correct?
Yes, we recommended not voting, and we put that in front of the steering committee, and we did not vote on their agreement with it, and then proceeded to have conversations where there was general consensus and non-consensus.
Is that consensus of everybody said okay, or just a few folks, or a
The chairman's
majority?
sitting next to you, and I see him shaking his head, so maybe
So everybody agreed?
No,
On
not
items?
everyone agreed on everything.
But we didn't vote. I mean, you didn't vote, so how do you know whether or not something should have passed, or stayed in the code, or taken out of the code?
We were a steering committee, not a, I mean, the vote was by the Planning Commission. We were steering the consultant to provide information to the Planning Commission. The goal was never to vote on that, because then we'd be supplanting the Planning Commission. And so, yeah, there was plenty of times, and we'll talk about it here soon, where Phil or Michael or Marcy suggested things. So Michael says, hey, I'd like to have a code requirement that has solar panels on required solar panels in everyone's house. Anyone else support that? Okay, let's move on. So we didn't take a vote. We didn't say, everyone raise your hand. Do you support mandating solar panels on the roof or not? Yes, we did not ever take a vote.
I've been on several steering committees, and I've never not once been on one that says we're not going to vote on anything. And these are steering committees that are passing things on to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And to not even vote to take it out of your committee to the Planning Commission, I just find that really odd process. And not one I've never dealt with in my time on the commission for 9 years when I've been on various committees. We always vote.
I was on several steering committees when I was on the Planning Commission. This is my first steering committee I chaired as a city commissioner, but we chaired steering committees, and we did not take votes at steering committees. We worked on processes with staff. We came up with it, and then we presented what we had come up with to the Planning Commission, let them take votes. In that way, so that's how I've done it many times on the Planning Commission. I've not done it on the City Commission. So, obviously, I would have appreciated if you'd watched any of the steering committees beforehand. If you thought this process was wrong, you could have brought this up anytime in the last 2 years.
Sure, I could have.
I don't appreciate coming here at the end saying it's a process that you don't agree with when you could have brought this up any time along. That's pretty.
Well, wait a minute, Brad. You can say that all you want, but
you just told me I ran a bad steering committee.
No, I didn't. I just said there was no votes. I didn't say it was you did a bad job.
Okay,
but there was no votes. So
there was no votes, and I agreed with that.
Tone it down a little bit. We're okay.
Yeah,
we're gonna be fine. Just the process. I mean, the commission put together the steering committee and gave them their mission of doing the code. And so every steering committee I've been on that has come from the city commission, we've always voted. So I just was really shocked to see, once I dived into it more, that there wasn't any votes. So I just find that concerning from a process standpoint.
Commissioner Sellers, I believe you have your hand up.
I do. I'm just going to go ahead and give my comments. Just so they can be on the record and how we move forward that we can go. I thought it was interesting the point that Commissioner Larson just brought up about steering committees. I think it's a little bit cherry picking. Not all steering committees vote. We know not all steering committees vote. To say that I've been on a steering committee to vote is like saying I've had a cherry. So, yeah, I mean, I can say that, we can say that, but that correlation causation is not there. We know that steering committees have varying scopes based on either a scope that we prescribe to it or that the committee itself prescribes to itself. And so a steering committee could be an advisory committee, it could be a directional committee, it can be a committee that votes. But this idea of I've been on a steering committee and therefore it voted, so therefore this one doesn't vote, so then we create doubt. I'm just, and at the 11th hour at that point, I find that argument to be a little bit of virtue signaling, and it's a little bit disheartening to me. There were a lot of things that were brought up this evening in regards to the process of the land development code that has been going on for almost 2 years, with roughly 18 months of that, with aspects of it that included public participation. And I almost feel like civic engagement has become a bastardized term in our governance process and our relationship with the city and the commission and city staff. And, I hope that we can find some way to build consensus and intentional consensus in a way that grows and develops our community, our civic engagement and community relationship and participation in projects with the community, with the public, with different affinity groups. That is a way that we don't use it, not to say as a weapon, but that it almost looks like it's being weaponized. And that it's being used to create, again, doubt, that leadership is not looking out for my best interest when that could be far from the truth. And we've heard a lot this evening about us being in the pockets of developers, and that hurts. That hurts me to the core. One thing I will say is there was several conversations around the impact of developers coming in and buying up and sweeping in and building all these multi-dense metropolises around the university, which in a sense, that type of language takes away the authority of the commission of the body, the governing body, to say that we would just roll over and do that when we know that is not to be true. Or either that means you don't trust us or you don't trust future commissions to not do that. And I don't think this development code does not do that. This development code is probably one of the most progressive pieces of documents that this city and that this commission could ever pass in the next probably 40 years. It's long overdue. Land development code in the city of Lawrence is historically built on social and racial discrimination. One of the things that we learn, and you learn in public administration and urban planning, is someone by the name of Harlow Bartholomew. And if you don't know it, Google his name. This is someone who was an urban planner, considered the father of urban planning, and who was crucial to a lot of urban planning and land development codes in the early 20s, 30s, 40s. And much of his style was around single-use zoning and sprawl. It perpetuated racial, social, and economic segregation in communities, which is what we're seeing now. And we're trying to right the wrong of that. So put that there. 2, Plan 2040. We've outgrown Plan 2040. There are things that we are looking at now that are way past context for Plan 2040. Affordable housing is mentioned as a caveat to that entire document. It is not front and center. Okay? And it was probably, and I wasn't here for it, and I'm not a big fan of Plan 2040 right now, because there's a lot of multidimensional inconsistencies with it that does not truly speak to big A affordable housing as well as little A affordable housing, because that wasn't the goal. The goal was appeasing the idea of characteristic and this community benefit, which we're not even going to get into today. That is problematic language. Okay? 3, I've heard individuals this evening talk about requirements for landlords and occupant-owned and things of that nature. We can't do inclusionary zoning in our community. The legislature destroyed that for us. Now, we can try to appeal it. The legislature could appeal that. But currently it stands in state statute that we cannot mandate developers to create affordable housing. It has to be a relationship between the local government and the developer to incentivize in some ways, and it has to be shared and agreed upon shared experience. God bless us for having an innovative and active affordable housing network that we have here currently with Habitat for Humanity and Tenants to Homeowners, as well as the Housing Authority. Probably one of the best in the state that I hold true to that. But there is only so much we can do to even push the idea of wanting to have more affordable housing. And this does that. I know someone talked about the HUD, the 110% of HUD's area median income, of the median income based on HUD definition. It doesn't say that that's the start. That's the ceiling. It can't exceed that. So I think there's some nuances in how we're interpreting things that is causing a little bit of angst. It doesn't say I'm not disvaluing it, but to say that's not affordable now. Well, yes, that would not even be affordable for me, but that's the ceiling. That's not you can't go over that. So we can't exceed that. So I think a little bit of saying that, people have to pay that. No, that means the cost of the rent for that affordable unit can't exceed that. It can be lesser. It can meet someone with that 50 and 80%. But the last point I want to make on all of this is that we've been talking about student housing and how it's going to dilute our neighborhoods around the university. But the one thing I haven't heard in any of that is the university itself. And that KU has systematically gone away from its affordable housing on campus and has placed that burden on the city itself. And so I think being hyperbolic and saying that developers are going to come in and make a bunch of student housing devoids the university of their due diligence, of their responsibility for providing housing for students and not relying on us, the community, the city, to subsidize that for them. So I'm proud of what this land development code has the potential to be, what it can do. I'm not a big fan of the minimum parking requirements, but there are aspects of this argument that we can agree to disagree on. But there's a lot of things to play at play. We haven't even talked about wages. We talk about things being rent burden. A lot of that rent burden is based on, we got businesses around here that aren't even paying livable wages. But we're not having that conversation either. So yes, it's not the silver bullet. This land development code is not the silver bullet, but it gets us moving in that direction.
If I can jump in and say a few things. I think, there's a lot of talk about different things that this code is trying to accomplish. One of the primary things he was trying to accomplish was, this idea under Plan 2040 that, as a community, we think we want to, we think we will grow at 1 or 2% a year, up until 2040. If we're going to grow at 1 or 2% per year, we need to find housing of around 1,000 units every year, and we haven't been coming close to that. But if we do want that, where do we want that to be built? Do we want to build on the outskirts of town, or do we want to build as infill? And so the decision under Plan 2040 was to build it infill, and have more people inside. There's environmental reasons for that. There's cost reasons for that. There's affordable housing reasons for that. But that decision was made to make more density, more people living inside the city. And so that's what we set apart. And I think the steering committee process that did go for 2 years, and lots of all the comments I heard tonight. I want to thank the steering committee and everyone who worked on it. We had lots of input from everyone. But related to most of the people here tonight, Phil Engelhardt, Michael Allman, Marcy Francisco, who served on those committees and represented different parts of the community, including representing land, they brought these issues to us. They brought them to the steering committee. They brought them to the planning commission. They testified tonight. They testified in the steering commission, and they testified in front of the planning commission. And, we didn't take any votes, but we did make changes, right? The original code had no parking requirement, and we changed it to 1 per dwelling unit. We talked about going to 1 per bedroom. We settled on 1 per dwelling unit. The original code didn't have an occupancy limit for ADUs. We brought forward a 1+ ADU. We can go on and on to the changes that we discussed and rediscussed over the 2 years. But this idea of is density good? We talked about. Should we protect neighborhoods? Yes. Phil, Michael, Marcy, great advocates for those positions. Tom Stacy was the only one tonight who talked about the neighborhood context provisions, the provisions that we put in the code specifically that weren't in the original code to protect neighborhoods, to add setbacks, height limits, all consistent with the neighborhoods. We put those all in the code specifically to help protect neighborhoods, and we did that through the steering committee and made those changes. And so I think this is a code that does balance those things. There's no question in my mind, that many of the people here tonight are afraid of density, afraid of their neighborhood changing. Understand that. And one way we could do that is not allow density, not allow infill. But that's not what the code is trying to accomplish. The code is trying to accomplish infill, and we're trying to find that right balance. And I think, with the neighborhood context provisions, and, some of the provisions, we have that protection. But again, I support increased density. I will say that there's a lot of talk about affordable units. Affordable dwelling unit is defined in the code, page 350. A dwelling unit is affordable when a household spends no more than 30% of their monthly household income on rent/mortgages plus utilities. That's the definition of affordable dwelling unit in the code. I would also say that a couple other things, and just jump through here. There was discussion. There's discussion about the Planning Commission and where they stood. The Planning Commission did take a vote. The Planning Commission did vote 6-3 to forward it as we see it tonight. They also took some other intermediate votes along the way, including eliminating all-1 altogether. There was a discussion both in at steering committee and at Planning Commission about eliminating all-1 and making all the requirements. Everyone be R2 or above. Neither the steering committee or the planning commission went along with that, but those are the types of discussions we had. I would also say there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this code will increase affordable housing, and I don't think, I don't disagree with Tim Hamilton that we don't know that this is going to decrease, cause more affordable housing. As a matter of fact, there could be arguments that it would increase it, but the alternative, which he didn't talk about, is if we don't build anything, what's going to happen to housing, and what's the cost of housing going to be if we don't, if we continue to have the pressures we have without building any new housing. And so when you compare doing nothing to what this code provides, I feel good that it is going to have an impact. Lastly, I'd say, we've, we do have a history of presenting codes and then presenting things, and then the last, people don't like, people who show up here, come because they don't like what we're considering. And that's who shows up. I think if we would have, if the steering committee and the planning commission would have passed a code that said we don't want density, we don't want infill, we want parking at 1 per bedroom, we don't want all these things, a lot of these neighbors would, a lot of the people here tonight would not have shown up because they would have been happy. And what we would have got is the people we heard about a lot in the process, both through Plan 2040 and through the steering committee process, the people who want infill development, who want, walkable neighborhoods, who want, density and chances to live closer to town. And all those folks who we heard from along the whole time. We heard from a few of those tonight, but most of them didn't come out tonight because they like what we put before them. And finally, I would say it's I guess somewhat gratifying to me, and thank you, to this whole process, that most of this code, there's large sections of this code about commercial and industrial, and not a single person came out and spoke about that. We are allowing mixed use. We are allowing, we're going to allow mixed use now in commercial industrial. We're going to allow more commercial in more places. And we made all sorts of changes to the process, administrative and otherwise, and not a single person talked about that, and I think that shows that the process worked, that we did have lots of input. We did come to good consensus in those areas. And I think I'll end there. So I guess I would say, I do think, the big question marks for me that we heard a lot about tonight, that I think, if there was 4 votes to change, and I'm not saying there is, but if there is, would be, do we go from 5 to 4 or 3 on the occupancy, and do you change the parking requirement from one dwelling, parking to dwelling unit to 1, per bedroom? We had lots of discussion about that at the steering committee. They had lots of discussion about it at the planning commission. We settled at those 2, occupancy of 5 and 1 per dwelling unit. I support those, and we need 4 votes to change that. I think those are, very specific things that could be changed in the code, and we should have discussion on that. But I support what the Planning Commission and the Steering Committee sent forward.
I'd be interested in that conversation about moving it from 5 to 4 and the parking minimums. Yeah, it's I like pretty much what the work and the hard work that the steering committee and the planning commission have done in terms of this code. It's been pretty extensive and a lot of hard work over the last couple years. Probably where I'm pausing a little bit is just, I don't know, it's not necessarily the process part, but just one go to, show exactly what it is before, we approve it. That kind of thing, Everything that's been done up to now in the amendments look great, but they've been, that's where I'm a little bit hesitant. They've been done up to now. So that's kind of where my mindset is. But, I'm juxtaposing that with, I would definitely entertain a conversation about moving it from 5 to 4 and what you described with the parking.
There's a lot in this code, the new code that I like, or the proposed new code that I really like regarding items such as the density. There's some of that I think is really good. Parking, I have mixed feelings about. I hate to see a lot of parking, but at the same time, I think in the neighborhoods we deal with, especially around our university, which I do live around the university, how difficult parking is every day that the students are here. So there's parts of that I kind of waver on. But as I said, there's a lot in here that I really like, that I think is going to really move our community forward. I just struggle with some of the things that I've been discussed with some of the steering committee members as to the process along that line. And then also it always bothers me when I see staff writing, or whoever wrote up the slides, when they say the committee has approved, the committee has supported, and then I find out that really there weren't any votes. So I just find that concerning, really concerning. So that's where I'm at.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can I step in? That's okay?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry we couldn't be there tonight for this important meeting. I know a lot of people showed up, and I appreciate them speaking their minds and sharing what their concerns are, because change is hard, and this is a big change for our community, and we need to be serious about it. And I believe that we have taken this process very seriously over 24 months and over 12 separate votes on these chapters individually over a year-long period of time. That's a lot of process and a lot of sweat and equity put into this by people who are experts and people who are experts on their neighborhood. So I feel like there's been plenty of public input, and that's the opinion I've gotten from members of the Planning Commission, and obviously Commissioner Finkeldye, being a steering committee chair, he has kept me up to date on this for the last 11 months. I feel pretty comfortable that the community's had a chance to get the input that they've needed. But I believe overall in this plan and the policy changes are necessary for Lawrence to grow and to not sprawl. And I think the key is the cost of building in Greenfield is far greater than that for infill. And so if we're going to try to get to those 1,000 units per year, we're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to be open for business. And what that means is we have to have policies in place that makes it easier for citizens and developers to alter their property and to provide the kind of living that they want. And so there's multiple types of neighborhoods throughout Lawrence, and I don't feel like we're jeopardizing them per se, but we are going to change them by these if we take up these changes. And I believe that change is necessary. You travel all across the United States, and there's a wide variety of housing available to people, whether they want to rent or own. And I feel like the fact that over 55% of the people in Lawrence rent, I think that's a key statistic that we can't ignore. And it's either due to the lack of housing or it's due to the desire for them to rent. So we cannot, presume to know why people rent. But I also hate to somehow marginalize renters, which has been kind of the conversation we've had, when in fact the majority of people in Lawrence rent. And so taking that to the next step, if we can provide more housing and houses or dwellings for people to own and occupy, then perhaps we could drive down the rental aspect of our community. But we need to develop neighborhoods, and we need to densify them so that we can afford to continue to provide the great services in Lawrence. And, the budget process that we've been going through the last year, I think should underline and underscore for people how important it is for us to change, because we've reached a point where if we can't provide more housing, then we're going to have more unhoused people, and we're going to have more people moving out, and we're going to have more people moving into poverty because there aren't going to be residences for them. And so if we don't move forward with these kinds of changes, then we're going to continue to get the same thing we had all along, which is, Lawrence of today, which is not a bad thing. But we hear a lot of people not wanting the community to sprawl, and I feel like this solves some of those problems in the short term. It allows us to develop the community more densely, and actually in more accordance with the way the original town lot was laid out. I'm sure many of you know, but many homes had accessory dwelling units. Many lots, 50 by 100, had at least one or two homes on them. So this is nothing new. We shifted away from this, and we purposely moved away from density. And I feel like that's kind of what brought us to this point today. I'm really kind of discouraged that there's been no discussion about the technical aspects of this, which again, I think bodes well in the fact that people got their opinions out. But, lot sizes, setbacks, the actual size of a lot is going to be far smaller, and it's going to allow for more density, but also allows people to walk and to use multimodal transportation because they don't have so far to go. And I feel like these key and crucial elements is what's going to drive people's desire to live in different parts of town. So as people pointed out, this is not going to be everywhere. The changes are not going to manifest themselves throughout the community right away, and we don't know what the unintended consequences are, but we do know what the consequences are of our current system, which is we lack affordable housing, we lack accessible housing, and we have a growing unhoused crisis in our community. And last time I checked, I thought that was a key component of our community that we wanted to solve. And so to steer away from that and to pretend like this is not going to create more affordable housing is just not true. I know that is not true. So I feel like the questions about the city's ability to manage this density comes as a surprise to me when we spent, tens of millions of dollars on a new sewage treatment plant, and we've spent, tens of millions of dollars upgrading our water treatment systems. We spent $100 million on infrastructure improvements. I mean, we have continuously invested in our community, and we need to pay for that. And the only way we're going to do that is by identifying our community and not adding more system development charges and more outgrowth in the community where it becomes less affordable to live. And the densest place that we can be is the Old Town lot. And I believe that Lawrence was founded on that proposition of density, and I feel like we need to move back towards it. Something I want to talk about is the fast tracking that people talked about and seemed to be demonizing is going to drive down the cost of developing in Lawrence and thus make homes more affordable. So when you fast track something that might take 4 months or 5 months previously into a couple of week process or a month process, you can now put those dollars to use and put them in to the property instead of waiting for decisions to be made. And again, people walk away when they can't have decisions made on a timely basis because most communities are able to administratively approve these types of changes across the board. So for me, this is nothing new. We're just kind of catching up to the way I think most communities are operating these days. I really want to just focus on one last thing, which is the college and university discussion. The town and gown relationship is very important. Lawrence would not be what it is without the University of Kansas. And I feel like we're demonizing the very lifeblood of our community, which is what's bringing in dollars and purchases and occupants to our community that makes it thrive and makes it a place that people want to move to and be a part of. And it was disappointing to me tonight to hear so many negative comments about renters and about students and about all of the negative behaviors and none of the positive aspects of their relationship with our community. And so I'm not a person who lives adjacent to the university, so I don't want to pretend like I know what it's like to live there. But I also know that people make a choice to live where they want to live, and I believe that we can help more people live adjacent to the university if we can provide more affordable housing in other places. So for me, this comes down to doing the right thing for the community, doing the right thing for all, and for driving down the cost of housing in Lawrence by making more units available and in the right locations in a multimodal fashion in a walkable and livable community.
I had an additional question probably for Elizabeth. I know it was a long time ago when you talked about after whatever we do here, if it goes a certain way and we do it does go through approval. Can you remind us again of the process and touch points for people wanting to give comment and contribute to the land development code as it evolves?
So for the next few months, probably December through late March, early April, when the code would probably take effect, what we had been talking about was doing some parallel processing with staff to make sure that we catch any inadvertent outcomes in the code that we can't see as we're looking at it right now, and bring back a package of potential changes to Planning Commission and City Commission if there are things that we figure out as we go through that aren't getting that predictable outcome that the code should provide you. So we had intended to do that primarily at a staff level, but that can certainly be a public process as we come across things that we would propose for change. We can post that to the project website or the city's website, or we could do, some brown bag lunches or whatever sort of outreach to let people know this is what we're finding. We anticipate that at some point post-adoption, we'll also have a level of detailed engagement from the development community because they will be looking at the code to figure out how to bring their projects forward, and they would provide feedback also. So we'd bring that all together along with anything that the community wants to contribute in that conversation time.
Okay.
And I think Courtney raised a question. I want to be clear that when we say the effective date is April 1st, that means the first application cannot be submitted till after that. So there's no one can rely on this until they get the first application on April 1st, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I would say, there was, I think, 4 cleanup amendments that the steering committee had brought forward, and then I think 2 that were brought forward tonight by Elizabeth. Those 3 of them had to do with 2811, and 1 had to do with the definition of reconstruction in 2019-03. If we were going to adopt those tonight, we'd need full votes, because that's different than the Planning Commission. But I also, if we don't vote on those tonight, those are the type of cleanups I expect to see go through the Planning Commission and go to the City Commission as cleanups. As an example, not that other things couldn't be talked about, but that would be one.
Mayor, if I may, I'd offer one other item for potential cleanup tonight. We would like if the commission would consider including a condition in there to direct us to mirror and make sure that the subdivision regulations and the floodplain regulations are coming over, just mirroring what we have in the current code. We would just appreciate that as a condition to make sure we get that tracked and captured as part of the process.
Because those aren't changed at all.
Correct. Those would not change. We would just like that to just make sure that they give us direction to confirm that and make sure that gets captured and carried correctly into the new code, just as a condition for us to track on.
Right. And if we didn't do that tonight, we would have to do it eventually, like going forward in one of the amendments.
Correct. We would, yeah, it would definitely be one of those, but if we could get it tonight, that would help us make sure that we get that first package as well put together as we could on that one.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I ask, does that mean, well, can he clarify what the vote would be required to make that change?
So, Vice Mayor, if I understood correctly, the vote that would be required to do that?
Yeah, to add the floodplain aspects, the 2 additional technical details you wanted added to that. Does that need to be a 4? Does that need to be a 4-1 change?
Correct. It would need to be a supermajority. It would need to be at least 4 affirmative votes.
Okay, thank you.
One way to try to make a vote if we're ready, or are you still thinking over there, Mayor?
I mean, yeah, I'm still pondering. I know we probably have 3 to go ahead and pass it as it is, which is good, but just
Mayor, this is Commissioner Solar. It's just a quick question for point of clarity on, so any amendments tonight would require a supermajority, and so I'm trying not to use parliamentary speak, but would it be to the case that it's supermajority for the amendment and then a vote to adopt? Then would it be a vote to adopt as amended, or I'm just clarity-wise, if we chose to amend and add something, then what would be the subsequent motion after that? And that could be a question for Sherry as well, or
would it?
Commissioner, if I follow the question correctly, it would be a motion of 4 to approve the document or approve the code subject to the amendments and conditions enumerated.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, I'm not hearing anything for the 4 of the parking, so.
Well, I was just wanted clarification on the two. So it was the parking and the occupancy, or I heard Vice Mayor bring up the floodplain as well. So I wasn't sure if someone was talking about 3 or 2 or 1, and if those folks are talking about those, can we just, I don't know if they were just bringing it up to bring it up because they wanted someone else to bring the amendment, bring the motion with it, or, well, I just need a clarification on I heard 2, but then I thought that included what Vice Mayor said, but it sounds like there's 3.
I think so.
I think it might do is just to go ahead and clarify what the amendments would be, what the proposed amendments would be.
So the proposed amendments, what I would plan to make a motion would to be approve the ordinance with the 4 amendments that are on page 34 of 36 of our packet, which is to change the word resident to adult, clarify B3, 4, and 5B related to ADUs.
Right.
811I, which is the clarification on the short-term rental, and 20-1903, which is the definition of reconstruction. Those are on page 34, 36 in the presentation. And then to include the subdivision regulations make sure they're included to be brought forward. And floodplain and subdivision. So that would be the motion I would plan to make.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I was hearing multiple things. I didn't know where we stood at with the current motion.
I probably
would call for the vote.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't on that. I'd probably go with the bare bones so that what we would go through would be passed.
Okay.
Can we just, I called for the vote. Can we just get I'm ready to hear Commissioner Finkeldye's motion and to second it so that we at least have a vote on the record.
Okay.
Okay, I move to adopt the revised land development code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, and associated conversion map as adopted on the effective date, enacting a new Chapter 20 of the Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, establishing the comprehensive zoning regulations and other land use regulations, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10093 and ordinance number 10094 with the 4 amendments on page 34 through 36 of the package related to 20-811, 3 of those, and then 1 related to 20-1903, as well as including the subdivision and floodplain regulations in the code.
I second and ask for and request a roll call vote.
Okay. Guess we'll start. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dever?
Aye.
Okay.
I didn't, that was a second then, and then a roll call vote?
Yes, I said, Sherry, I second, and then requested a roll call vote.
Gotcha, thank you, just want to make sure on the second.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Nay.
And Mayor Littlejohn, aye, because I want it to get passed.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, that's sorted.
That was really
really insulting.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. Item G, commission items.
I have one.
Yep.
I would like to have us add to our future agenda items to start the process of getting permit parking in our neighborhoods. And would like to see it done by the time the new code really goes into effect and we start seeing results of that.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I certainly support a permit parking program, absolutely.
I support that as well.
Done by April, but
But we really won't start seeing the results of the code till probably 6 months
Yes,
or more.
absolutely.
So that's what I'm talking about.
yes. Yeah, the first building permit the first application couldn't be till April, so the soonest you could do anything would be, June, July, and if you built anything, it'd be another year.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Any additional commission items? Okay. Item 2, review future agenda items. Anything?
Looks good.
So I just want to clarify, Commissioner Finkeldine, those items are on the future agendas memo you mentioned, and I don't remember a specific time period for those coming back. I just want to be clear that we are bringing back what you all agreed to.
Talking about parking?
Related to if you were expecting them sooner, we would want staff to know that, related to the letter from HRC and then the changing zoning for golf courses.
Well, I guess they're not on this month's, but last week they were on there, and I know we thought we were going to bring them on the 12th, both of those. I thought that's what on the 19th, excuse me. On the 19th, we were going to bring those two forward. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
That's what I heard.
The moratorium and the... Well, direction. I didn't expect like the ordinance to be done or anything. To provide if we bring you direction, like just put it on the agenda for discussion.
We can get something put on that for that.
Yeah. Not that we have the actual thing done to, we give you direction.
Okay. It'll be a general outline and get some feedback from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Sellers.
I had a question in regards to the future agenda items. I don't see for December as relates to legislative policies, our policy objectives for the upcoming legislative session. Are we not planning on doing that? Are we trying to move it to January?
Are you talking about the legislative priority statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we received a communication about it, but I don't remember what date we're putting that.
Okay.
But Tony's here, so I think she's gonna.
Yes, our office has sent a message to the executive team and requested if there were any recommended updates. So we do plan to bring that in December. Obviously it won't be the first meeting, but this probably the second or third.
And I'm fine with the third. But I just wanted to make sure we could at least provide some feedback.
Yeah, and I'd open that up if any commissioners want to give me some of their thoughts about priorities that you'd want to make sure to see, then please let me know. We'll get those wrapped in.
Okay. Let's see.
Commission calendar?
Yeah, commission calendar, item H.
Looks good.
Anything? Don't see anything. All right. This ends the live broadcast, and anybody can exit that wants to exit.